Wala ka naman allergy. Meron ka? Yung...
Short break. 5 minutes.
5 minutes na lang daw
5
in
minutes.
between series.
Thank you.
Tapos yung long break TBD.
Ano ka? Wait lang. Yeah. Ticket ka.
Pusa.
Nag-ano ka? Buhok na.
Wax.
Real time na yan?
Alin? Ay, hindi. Wala pa. Anong oras pa lang?
Okay na ka.
11:45 pa lang.
Magbabalot yung lips mo. Oh. Ayan o. Nakita mo? Oo. Babalat. Ganun na. Kasi ito ilagay ko na lang dito. Mga ano lang naman to.
Ah. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mina.
May inumin kayo?
Meron.
May
Welcome everyone to Pokémon UNITE World Championship Series 2024 for the regional Philippines Qualifier. My name is Infinity and together with me is Autalus. Autalus, how are you doing?
Great, doing great, and definitely excited for what is to happen today. Again, it's day number 1 for the Philippines regionals, or for the Philippines qualifier for the upcoming WCS.
Yeah, and it's just a huge opportunity here for the teams right now, for today and even tomorrow for the grand finals for Pokémon UNITE. Such a massive opportunity for these teams.
Exactly. We are in a very unique position, and we will be discussing this later, Infinity, as to how lucky we are here in the Philippines to have 2 slots waiting for us for the upcoming regionals, or for the upcoming main event for WCS. And again, it's been a long time coming. The last time that we casted together, it was back in December for ACL, in where, surprise, after surprise really did happen, and it's going to be a very exciting time, not just for the Filipino fans, but also for the Pokemon Unite fans out there. Again, we are live on different platforms.
Yeah, and I love how you mentioned about the last time that we've casted, because the last time we've casted is a whole different story compared to today. Just looking at the draft, we now have 2 bans each. I mean, I'm going ahead, but it's just so much difference from the meta before to the meta now.
Yeah, biggest change, of course, as well, is that we won't be seeing Zacian in the mix anymore. Right, like, so he got promoted. Last time he was still considered as a regular Pokemon, but now he's one of those EX Pokemons that we won't be seeing in the upcoming tournament. And again, we are going to closely monitor what will be the draft like for each team, because the last time out, I believe my MVP personally for the Pokemon in the ACL was the Leafeon. Remember Mycross? Mycross was tearing things apart with the Leafeon pickup. So it will be very interesting as to who will be getting that bright spotlight onto him.
Yeah, I mean, Mycross's mind is insane. So we'll see if we can see something similar here today. And I love how you mentioned about the EX Pokemon. Zacian, for one, has been so strong in the meta prior. But right now, here in the World Championship Series, in Pokemon Unite, we will not see any EX Pokemon. The likes of Mewtwo, the likes of Zacian will not be allowed.
Yeah. Those popular pickup for sure will not be joining us today. But you know what's going to join us? A lot of gear, I believe.
For sure.
There are a lot of new Pokemon that are available right now, with the exception of Phalanx, of course, because Phalanx is not yet allowed to see the tournament play. It has just been recently released, and part of our rule set is that if it's new, you kind of have to cool down on a corner and will not be allowed to use in professional play as of yet.
But for sure, in the meantime, in the future, we will be seeing Phalanx to be coming into play. But for now, we will not be seeing it, as you have mentioned. But from the last time around, we mentioned a while ago, right? The Philippines is in a very good spot. And as we see right now, here in WCS 2024, we have the team slots on the screen.
Exactly. So multiple regions will be given different slots. Brazil has 2, Europe has 3. In fact, just earlier we did check the qualified teams. I believe we already have 2 qualified teams for the upcoming WCS. North America does have 3. Oceania has 2. EUIC, NAIC, 1 each, and then you have Latin America North and Latin America South having 3 and 2 respectively.
So much teams, so much players, and you mentioned 2 teams already coming into the World Championship Series already locked, and you have Team Fusion from AOS Cup and also Team MYS from the recent MYSG qualifier that happened 2 weeks ago.
Was it 2 weeks ago? I think that was just
within the span. Within the span
of 2 weeks. For Team MYS, very remarkable run altogether. It's kind of expected because they were really the favorites in MYSG, but how they accomplished everything was really quite different from what we expected. They went through the whole gauntlet run, having that reset. And then, of course, we are going to showcase the team slots for the Philippines. Highlighted, we do have 2 teams. Japan has 3, Korea has 1, India has 1, Taiwan, Hong Kong, Indonesia, MYSG, Thailand, LCQ East and LCQ West does have 1 each.
Yeah, and on top of the 2 teams, for the Philippine region in and of itself, we can also highlight the possibility of these teams that will not make it out here in this weekend in the LCQ or in the future, with one team to be able to make it out alive. And we are part of the LCQ East.
Yeah, which is the dream, so to speak, for the Filipino fans out there. The dream is for us to send 3 teams in total. But of course, what is at stake here is a free passport or, the express way over to the Honolulu, Hawaii. And again, we are looking for 2 teams. Of course, we are going to move on with our tournament format, tournament rules. And for the tournament rules that we do have, for day 1, we will have single elimination format, best of 3 series all across the board, and the top 8 teams will be qualifying for the second day.
Very straightforward, right? Race to 2 wins, top 8 teams goes tomorrow, and then, of course, the elimination will happen after losing 1 match. So it's all eggs in one basket here. Right now, everyone has to put their best foot forward in each and every single match.
For sure. And of course, for the teams that want to qualify for the second day, all they have to do, Infinity, is
get to the top 8.
win 2 times.
Oh, yes.
Right? Like
Yes.
2 series wins equals top 8. If you are part of the top 8, then you will be advancing on towards the grand finals, which will, or not really grand finals, but the day 2. In where for the second day, as we move forward with the tournament rules, the second day we will have a different format altogether, Infinity. Instead of it being the single elimination format, we will have a more forgiving double elimination format for day 2.
And once again, with a huge emphasis of only 2 teams, or rather, with 2 teams making it and securing the slot in the World Championship Series happening on Hawaii sometime in the near future.
Can we be part of the event? We'll see.
We'll see. Well, we're stopping it too quick there, but
that is the goal.
for sure. But it's just a lot of exciting times here for the Philippine teams. A lot of veterans, but a lot of new teams as well coming into fray. So that will be an interesting case. Will be the new upcoming teams be able to beat down the favorites, the likes of Talon, almost Abyssinian, formerly, now Elevate here in this tournament?
Happened before. There's nothing stopping them from, going for upsets. As we saw from the last time that we casted together, it was Secret Rare Diamond. Really, I would say, elevating themselves to a contender status.
I like how he did there.
Game rules. We do have still the standard game rules. 10 minutes of 5v5 custom battle. The stadium will still be Theo Sky Ruins and held items. No restrictions, no level limit. For the Pokemon EX licenses and Phalanx are not allowed. And of course, for the boost emblems, none of that.
Yeah, it's very standard. We've seen this happen before in ACL. It's similar format, it's similar game rule, 10-minute matchup, Atea Sky Ruins. And we mentioned this, 2 bans each right now, actually quite new for what we have seen last year, to the draft picks. No restriction, no level limits. So it will be exciting sight to see on how the Pokemon draft will occur for each and every single one.
We've seen a lot of diverse compositions in MOSG. There's been a speedster composition. There are also team fighting composition that really relies heavily on their unites. For the Philippines meta though, how they really want to play, it really depends team per team. We're looking at the EV evolutions and, drafting is one side. Other things, or one of the things that I'm really excited about, because you know how nitpicky I am when it comes to the drafts overall, and as to how they will be executing whatever game plan they are planning or intending to use. But again, for the reminder of everyone, since this is a single elimination format, oh man, there's no tomorrow for whoever will be losing in today's matches.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate, but at the same time, it's also fortunate enough for a lot of these teams to be able to secure the grand final spot, or at least the top 8 coming into tomorrow. But jumping into the draft rules, we have the banning phase. As we have mentioned priorly, we have 2 bans each coming into each and every single team from the purple side and the orange side, and then pick phase occurs.
Yep, the first pick will be getting the first ban will be getting the first pick as well, and of course the second pick will have the opportunity to go for what I would say ace in the hole. The last pick often left for the best player in your team will have the opportunity to go for a counter matchup,
For sure.
which we often see in the top lane because, we all know in the top lane, there are instances in where you can punish heavily all those late game oriented top laners, specifically Gyarados, which we're going to discuss in a bit.
Yeah, and the thing is, the top lane, they have to be persistent. They have to be really strong and persevere coming into that specific lane just because you have the Regieleki that is highly contested every single time.
Yeah, lots of points available if you are able to at least touch down the Regieleki. And of course, we are going to move on towards a more, I would say, enticing slide. In a way, we will be focusing on the prize pool, ladies and gents. First placer will be getting $15,000. Second will be taking home 7,500. Third and fourth, 6,000 and 3,000 respectively. And for the remainder of the top 8, it will be $1,500 each team.
A lot at stakes on the line, that is for sure. We might not be quite particular when it comes to who is the team who will take the top 1 and top 2 spot, but surely the team that will be making it out onto the pinnacle of today's Philippines qualifiers and even tomorrow's will be able to get the lion's share of the prize pool that we have right now.
The goal is for them to reach top 2, and I believe that the prize money is what we would often say cherry on top here in Infinity. Of course, being able to represent your country, your region, to be part of the international event in WCS in Hawaii is a dream come true for all the aspiring pro players out there. And I believe that our viewers, most of our viewers also dreamt to be part of this, this big tournament. And it's really going to be a very exciting day, not just for our players, not just for our fans out there, but also for ourselves here in Infinity, because I know that we'll have a blast casting the Philippines, or the very competitive region in the Philippines.
Yeah, I'm just exhilarated. I mean, we have done it before. The Philippine powerhouses reaching the pinnacle of World Championship, only losing to the likes of, I believe, Luminosity during that time, as they were really wreaking havoc coming into play. But at this point in time, we've done it once, we can do it again.
Definitely. We have elevated our status into the contender status, and as we wait for our first match to begin, we are going to witness one of the favorites, one of the teams that we know for a fact is going to bring out the best of the Philippines. Talon PH going against Team Hobby Stadium for our first match.
One of the organizations that we've known and love here in Pokémon UNITE, but Team Hobby Stadium had immediately banned away Zoroark coming into this game with Leafeon and Mimikyu. These are actually very prioritized Pokemon that we've seen in other regions as well.
Yeah, Central Mons going to be disabled here by Talon PH. Just making sure to remove the unexpectancy of both this Pokemon. And so now, Blaziken also going to be banned away. We all know for Talon PH, their top laner, always very good, and Blaziken, when put in the hands of a very capable player, can really make things work. Aldegos is going to be the first pick for Talon PH, and Team Hobby Stadium will be answering with a Gyarados and Mew.
Yeah, very swift picks here. Aldegos, as we have known and loved in other regions as well, one of the highest prioritized support coming into the game. And Mew and Gyarados will be the answer by Talon this time around, but Cinder Ace will be unexpected.
Yeah, let me correct myself here. Talon PH will be on the orange side, because we are seeing the names right here, right now. Dylan, Lance, Sync1, Rubix, and Kai is on the right-hand side. So, yeah, quite a confusing start for the overall drafting. But, guys, we are going to enter. The last two picks will be Cinderace and Trevenant for Hobby Stadium.
Yeah, and Talon has still yet to pick up a support. Hoopa is available, Blissey is available. It now really depends on what they want to do here. Talon has so much history coming into the game, but are they really going to go for the Sableye this time around? That would be unexpected, but as we've seen prior, MYSG, they have used it in the past in one of the teams So that could be applied here, but Hoopa is to be expected. The likes of Blissey or Clefable can fit in as well.
Yeah, all about sustain. And again, a very well-rounded draft. Clefable will be picked up last for Talon PH. This is standard Talon PH. They have a very reliable top laner in the Gyarados. Then again, the only caveat about the Gyarados pick is in the early stages, level 1 to 5, he's almost non-existent in Infinity, so there is an opportunity for you to really punish this risky pick on the top side. And I believe with the picks that has been shown here by Hobby Stadium, they do have the Gardevoir, they do have the Cinderace that can really put in the offense and penetrate through the defenses of Talon PH.
Yeah, a lot of capability for damage here. And when it comes to Team Hobby Stadium, they have huge dependence on Eldegoss and Trevenant to be able to push back Talon in this game, as when it comes to the attack or defensive capability of this lineup, it's not really looking that great in comparison to Talon PH.
Yeah. All I know is that they are really focusing on having a glass cannon type of a lineup here, and there is a very big possibility that if they can punish the top side of the map, they will be having a decent early game, and hoping to really have a very good mid game on towards a potential win for Team Hobby Stadium. And again, for Team Hobby Stadium, the laning phase does look like that we will have the standard laning phase here. On the top side, it will be the Trevenant and the Delphox really trying to bully out and trying to harass, of course, the Magikarp that is being piloted by Lance.
Yeah, and I love what Talon is doing as well, because they have to really take care of Magikarp here in this early game.
Oh,
because
that's massive.
The thing is, Magikarp right now is pretty much useless up until you get to Gyarados. Unfortunate enough that Clefable will just get knocked out early on.
That's a first KO. But the bigger thing here to consider, Infinity, is for Magikarps, if you are able to slam and if you are able to knock out opponents, you will have faster access to the level 5 Gyarados. And that is the goal here for Talon PH. Here in the bottom lane though, Rubix, one of our premier tanks for the region, is just supporting now the level 5 Espeon. And that's a KO here in the bottom lane. Now Talon PH is starting to feel it.
Just a lot of back and forths, and Talon has to do something because their top lane will take time before they will be able to ramp up, and that is the reason why they have to put pressure into the bottom path instead. And Rubix and even Dylan is doing just that.
Dylan, one of the best Mew players that we have here in the country, will be getting his hands onto one of his patent picks. Kai still very annoying on the top side, just allowing space for the Magikarp to really reach that level 5. And there you go. 8 minutes and 18, Gyarados has now joined the fray.
Yeah, we'll start to ramp up here for Talon. It will be a great time for them to really be able to match up against Team Hobby Stadium in the matchup. And this will start for them to be able to become dominant.
Rubix.
You see Rubix now rotating on top side, but a good retreat coming in from THS.
Level 7 for the Central Mon for Talon PH compared to the level 5 for Team Hobby Stadium. This has just been a one-sided early game so far. And Dylan
Rubix
is now going for the flank play here.
Oh, Sync 1 as well. A two-man rotations coming from Talon. They have understood THS was too aggressive. They put in so much pressure, and Talon just went in with the right time to go in for the flank, and first zone secured.
Yeah, first gold zone has just been capitalized here by Talon PH, and now they still have the 3-2 lane set up. Here comes a mean look.
Goes into the backside as well. We'll be able to take down one, but that's pretty much it. You have the respect coming in from THS. They do not want to put in pressure.
Psychic Slayer
Espeon into the back with the Psychic Slayer, and that will be Talon who takes down two.
No one can stop them right now. Jimbus29 is still at level 6. Even on the top side, Talon PH is winning. That's a 2KO for Lance. And now starting to become a landslide here in Infinity. The Regis are now up to be taken here. Regirock for defenses, and Team Hobby Stadium is not even in the position to contest this one out.
Yeah, and Talon understood that when they have the 3-man availability into the bot side, they have 3 players in that respective location of the map. They have secured the first zone as well into the bottom path, so they have that
Bounce.
security. But now Gyarados jumps in into the top
There
side.
comes the Unite!
Unite coming in from Gyarados, knocks up onto 2. And Talon is just dominating. Won't be able to come back, but one already fainted.
Another bounce.
And Talon is now dominating. You have Dylan onto Alib as well. Very sustaining of a Pokemon. Be kept alive here. But
That's
they
a
will just
4v1.
dunk them out. It could possibly be another zone secured.
Even the Reggie Alecki is still available for the taking here for Talon Peach. They're just enjoying themselves in this one-sided affair. Lance on this Gyarados is just making plays left and right. And we know for a fact that Gyarados right now is one of the, I would say, more favorite picks just because of how strong he is right now. Combat stats, CC as well. And now here comes another clash.
And Unite coming from Espeon as well. Once again, there's just too much pressure, and Umbreon is pushing back every single one. It's a 4 KO coming in from Talon, and they secure another goal zone.
What? That's a 3rd level goal zone. Another KO here. Karoff lands, and Lance is everywhere. Kind of and is now going for a trap against the Cinderace. Cinderace luckily still have the mobility to disengage from that fight, but there you go. Gyarados lands once again with a KO.
It's just a massive level advantage. We're looking at THS, who only has level 7, level 9, compared to Talon, who is already at level 11, level 12 for most of their damage dealers, and Gyarados is already at level 11 as well.
And unfortunately for them, Cinderace is also under level because in these scenarios in where you are on the back foot, you kind of want your carry to still be at the same level of the carries of the opponent. The Fire Spin will connect Alib, trying to make a play against Kai, but Kai still have the healing and sustain to really tank against 3 people. This is unfair.
This is unbelievable, but Kai, can you make it out alive? It's a 3v1. But now Rubik's coming into the backside. You have the flanking occurring, and Lance trying to chase
Greed?
Delphox down, and Greed is gone.
Rubik's, the 2-man duo on the top side. It's just making lots of plays. Really, Blizzardo and company just doesn't have any space to work with. Even Gym Boss will go down to the Mew.
Yeah, and at this point, Trevenant is just not enough for THS to be able to keep up the pace and the pressure of Talon. As we recall earlier on, we understood that Gyarados at level 1 to level 4 is not really that strong, and Talon really pressured the bot path, and that just changed the game.
Another knockout.
And Talon once again. The Convergence coming into the top side. They get Regieleki, they get the KO, and putting more pressure on their opponents.
They get everything. Talon PH is known to be, if not the top 1 team here in the Philippines, definitely a contender for the top 1 status. And now Talon PH is just trying to escort this Regieleki onto the 3rd goal zone.
And now Lance, once again,
Psychic
going
Slayer.
in with Espeon Unite. Blizzarda is forced to retreat, Cinderace into the backside as well, but that's Umbreon that we're talking about. You still also have
Touchdown.
Clefable into play, and Gyarados gets 2 KO with Regieleki going into the zone. That's instant for Talon. And at this point, they already have 500 points.
2 minutes and 50, being able to deliver and escort this Regieleki on towards the 3rd goal zone. Action continues, but then again, the tankiness, it's just too much.
In danger, but you still have Clefable with the sustain.
Look.
And that will be
The
it.
smackdown.
Eldegoss just can't do nothing.
Solar Beam again, Karoff. Dylan, one of the best Mew users that we have here, even does have the Regis for extra buff here. And it's a one-sided, kind of expected here, Infinity for sure, right? Like, is there a goal? Is there still a chance for Howsung and company to come back into this? I say there still is, if they will be able to sneak away the Rayquaza. But for Talon PH, all they have to do is to play keep away, defend this Rayquaza for them to make sure that this game number 1 goes to them.
Yeah, I'm telling you, this is no chance anymore, because it's just too massive of a difference. Even if they get the Rayquaza
Lance?
coming into the game,
Oh!
it's just too big of a difference. And Talon gets 3 KO, and at this point, it's Delphox and Trevenant the only one alive, and Talon is keeping up the pressure, and Green is fainted. And that will be it. The only one left standing, the lone wolf for THS. And they're coming back up. But Talon already secures the Rayquaza on top of the massive lead. This will just be it. But THS at this point still has one more game to be able to change things up.
They need to look in to game number 2 as early as now, because this is definitely close to insurmountable. Are we going to see the 1K point mark for Talon PH? It's not often that it happens, but it's very possible right now. Another engage coming in from Kai and company, just cementing points one after another. Even Senquan will getting a 98-point boost onto the total score of Talon PH. Just 40 points away from the elusive 1K point mark. Is that going to happen for our first game? That's the question.
Yeah, I don't think we'll reach the 1K point, but you know
Are
what?
you sure?
Talon at this stage is just too strong. Now Lance still wants a little bit of that sprinkle on top of their win, but a couple of KOs of their own to stack up.
I tell you, it's possible. There's a 5v5 happening right now.
We'll see. As right now, Talon wants to go for the engage
Caleb.
here, and they reach it! You called it!
I tell you, right, Talon PH is not joking around. Now this is going to be the celebratory moment. Talon PH, within expectations, dominates game number 1 against Hobby Stadium.
What a performance that we have seen into one of the favorite teams coming into the Philippine regional qualifiers, but not like this. The dominance, the performance, and how Talon performed out of that game is blowing my mind.
We are going to look on the top side, dissect it, as how are they going to play around Lance was the question that we have for them. And just the fact that Lance was already getting some goals inside, the passive of Magikarp allows for you to really get an early access to the Gyarados as long as you get the goals in, and as long as you get those assists or knockouts in. Senquan will be our MVP, but to me, Lance was everywhere this game.
Yeah, and the condition for THS to be able to have at least that fighting chance up against Talon is to put a lot of pressure onto the likes of Gyarados for that level and experience to be delayed as much as possible for Lance. But the thing is, they are getting pressured themselves into the bottom path. You have Umbreon, you have Dylan as well, putting so much pressure, getting a lot of points in their favor, and getting a lot of KOs of their own.
Senquan being allowed every space in the world to just focus on leveling up. And as we look into the damage stats, Senquan, by the way, had the most damage share at 31%. Does have, I would say, standard build path or moveset path. And for the timeline, wire to wire infinity, it started with that 45.2 minute start for Talon PH, and from that point on, they did not falter. They did not slow down.
Yeah, it's the macro micro game that Talon is playing, right? Early on, if you're looking at the timeline that we have on our screens, is that Talon got the first goal zone in 2.5 minutes or 3-minute mark, wherein they were able to capitalize onto that. They were able to get Regirock in the process, and it just snowballed out of proportion after.
All right. Definitely within our expectations, because Talon PH is one of the favorite teams, but it's not yet over for them. They need one more win to knock out Hobby Stadium. And if they are able to knock out Hobby Stadium, that's it. That's their tournament live. If they want to participate for the upcoming grand event or main event that will be held in Honolulu, Hawaii, Team Hobby Stadium will have to go through the LCQ. But man, this is just a one-sided beatdown for Talon PH. They're just dominating everywhere.
Yeah, and we'll see how the dominant occurred here for Talon as we're looking back at the highlights, how they were able to take that win here in Game 1.
again, those goals for Magikarp allows for you to have that early access to the Gyarados experience plus the passive really helps a lot. And here, the trifecta here in the bottom lane, right? Like, especially knowing that they do have the level advantage. As soon as they hit level 8, they're not going to hesitate to use all those Unite moves just to get more experience by slamming down more points on the bottom lane. Even on the top lane, there's just no contest whatsoever coming from Hobby Stadium.
Yeah, the coordination is just impeccable coming in from Talon. They know when to stand united coming into these fights.
Right.
And they constantly look for those knockdowns. They constantly look for those feints, and that just kept up the pressure time and time again. Every single minute, every single second, Talon did not falter.
Yeah, and I really am surprised with how the game played out, right? Like, for a moment, I thought that on the top side, it would just be the goal for Team Hobby Stadium is to slow down Lance in the process, right? Like, that's their win condition, at least for the early game. But we saw how Talon maneuvered with their composition, right? Like, they're not really heavily reliant on the Gyarados. Sure, Lance on the Gyarados is going to be a massive help for them in the mid game. But even in the bottom lane, right, the way Sync1 rotated on towards the bottom lane and made sure that they will have the advantage from that point on, gives you the idea as to what Talon PH has brought, or what they have brought into the table for today, or for the entire tournament, right? Like, they have multiple plays ready, and just as long as you give them their comfort picks, they can make work.
Yeah, and I reckon what they have placed into the table as well is a very much balanced lineup as well, a balanced composition. We were talking about this during the discussion a while ago at the beginning of the tournament day. That compositions right now will be so much different compared to last year. And what Talon has brought to the table is a very much balanced draft wherein they had the late game, or well, they had late game skill, and they also had that early pressure that they could put out into game number 1, and that just gave them so much of a success from that prior matchup.
We have to remember that Talon PH is a team that was built for this. They were built to dominate the Philippine scene. They were built to challenge the best of the best worldwide. And this is a statement if I've ever seen one in Infinity. Again, this game number 1 heads over to Talon PH, a dominating 1-0 win for them. 1 win away from securing round number 2. And again, for Talon PH, if they ever win this second game, all they have to do is to win 2 more times. And they are included already for the top 8, which we are like 99.9% sure that they will be able to reach, right?
Oh, what's with the 1% that's missing?
0.01%?
0.01%?
Loss of internet.
Loss of internet. I see. I see. That will be an interesting scenario if I can imagine one. But jumping into the second game, Talon right now is 1 step ahead, 1 step away from taking game number 1, or well, at least series number 1 that we have for the Philippines Qualifier.
Okay.
Immediately, Leafeon and Mew banned away.
Yeah, Talon is going to be targeted here. None of those Mew early access to damage from afar away. That's the goal for Team Hobby Stadium. Talon PH, though, still taking away Mimikyu, which can really throw your strategy off, right? Like, I understand the rationale of at least banning away Leafeon and Mimikyu. For the last ban, Team Hobby Stadium is going to take away Lance's Gyarados, but there's a lot more options available.
And I love this because Talon has used Mew and Gyarados in the past game that made them very strong in the early game with Mew and very strong in the late game with Gyarados as well. So Talon just said they're picking up the Umbreon as the first pick.
Right, Mr. Mime possibly going to be the surprise pick here by Team Hobby Stadium. A defender that does have a surprising amount of damage, right? Like, so it will be very interesting if Howson and company will be playing around as Mr. Mime. Gardevoir will still be their pickup here. And for the answer for Talon PH, Sylveon, and possibly Talonflame for Talon PH.
Yeah, and Talon with Talonflame? Ooh. the interesting scenario that we have that Talon is doing. But looking back into the World Championship Series here, Otarus, any expectations? Because we were looking at Talon in the very first game, and we were looking at various teams as well joining. And we've seen a couple of teams, just a sneak peek onto the teams that were able to come through here today.
Yeah.
Any team specifically that you're looking at aside from Talon and THS that we saw in Series 1?
Elevate for sure, right? Secret Rare Diamond, Macross again on the Leafeon. Also the Eason teams, Eason Zelda,
for sure.
right? Hopefully we get to see them in action later. But for the viewers out there, we're just going to fix and resolve the issue, and we'll be back into the game soon as we are able to. But I believe that the draft is still happening right now. There we go. We are going back, and it's going to be the double speedster combination for Talon PH. They're flexing what they are capable of. I've seen this same composition. Team MYS played this once. Dodrio, as well as Sableye will be all over the map and will try to secure a lot of points for themselves.
And we haven't seen exactly this composition for Talon compared to MYSG, but we have something similar, a parallel to the composition of the likes here for Talon, having the likes of Sableye and 2 speedsters coming into a single draft.
Right.
And that draft, recalling from Team MYS or one of the teams from MYSG, just got Regieleki in a split second. And that is something that we can expect here for Talon in this composition.
Yeah, it's known for burst damage, but more so as a Dodrio user, right? Like, it is kind of expected that you will be getting a lot of dunks early, and a lot of dunks means that you will have a lot of experience advantage, right? Like, beware, if we are going to witness Talon PH play the same composition to its full potential, it is kind of expected the speedsters will really be manning and invading the central area of Team Hobby Stadium over and over again.
Yeah, but we were highlighting Talon so much, but looking at their opponents as well, I think they were able to adjust. Now they have a lot of hindrances. The likes of Blastoise coming into fray with a Hydro Typhoon that can potentially change the team fight. And you also have Mr. Mime. As you can recall a while ago, you've mentioned this. A couple of damage as well, but a lot of pushback potential for this lineup.
Yeah, I feel it's lacking though. It's very conditional, right? Like, you have to push them against the wall, and just by how mobile Talon PH is right now, I feel that they need more than the Squirtle to really control and slow them down. But now we are going to enter game number 2. Sync1 will be piloting the Duo or Dodrio in the central area. And yeah, that will be the focal point of our game number 2 here, right? How effective will the speedsters be? It does look like that the early goals coming in from Rubix and Dylan, now Sylveon, early access to the evolution.
Yeah, and now you have the Hyper Voice as well for Dylan. And aside from the points that they were able to get upon stacking onto the dunks as well, they're able to get XPs. They're able to level up when they dunk onto the goal zone of their opponents. And that is the reason why Dylan just got that level 4 very early on. And right now, Rubix as well was able to go in for the evolution.
Right, and even Talonflame was getting a KO for himself. I believe it's on the top side with the help of the Sableye. Now Talon is just, again, dominating both sides of the map. Rubix will now have access to the mean look in a short while. There you go. G-Boss and company just cannot do a thing against the AoE damage from Dylan.
Yeah, Ralts can't do nothing. He still has to ramp up. He still has to reach that level 5. He still has to reach that level 7 to be able to really do some damage. At this stage, Mr. Mime and Ralts or Gardevoir in the base evolution will not do anything up against the likes of these stronghold Pokemon in the game right now. Umbreon and Sylveon that ramps up at level 4.
This is what I was saying, right? Like, this Mr. Mime. Sure, you do have the barrier, you do have the pushback to at least control your opponent. It's really hard to do so. And now even Kai is just playing with fire right now against Greed and Alib. Will still be able to escape just Sableye things. And here in the bottom lane, right, like Hausen is not allowed to play at all. Level 7 to level 4, a 3-level disparity. My word! This is just ultra fast, even for Talon PH's standards.
Yeah, one down as well for THS when it comes to the goal zone, stacking up 160 points, a very considerable amount. And we've
Another
called
one.
this. The composition of Talon right now is not relying onto that late game potential, the likes of the Gyarados and the Clefable that we've seen prior that needs that helping hand. And at this point, with two speedsters availability, with Umbreon and Sylveon coming into play with Sableye, they're just starting off strong and they can finish strong.
Oh yeah, sure. Right, like that's the goal for Talon PH, to leave Team Hobby Stadium behind and not allow them any opportunity to come back into this. The speedsters deal a lot of damage, and even Dylan is actually just dealing with Reggie Rock by himself, allowing his team to really cover for him.
And just look at the level difference. It's double the amount. Talon's already sitting at level 9, level 10 in average, while THS is falling down behind. And given the fact that you already have 2 goal zones down, one of each paths in top path and bottom path, they could just get the objective uncontested.
And this is the thing, right? Like, if you are going to draft Squirtle, it's also not your early game Pokemon that can really challenge all this early game Pokemon, right? Like you do have the Sableye, the Dodrio, Talonflame. On the top side, they will be getting another Reggie, Alecki for themselves. Gym Boss.
Rubix, don't do this.
Oh man.
Just went in for the flank, and then Sylveon just came back in. It's a 2v1, and you also have Kai just sitting around the bush. Sync 1. Dealing so much damage into the backside. Talonflame just jumps into the back as well. There's just no escape. Reggie Alecki gets the third goal zone and securing another KO.
At 5 minutes, they already are past 300 points. Talon PH right now, they are in their element. Does have 40 points for Dylan to again just be ready to get slammed here. Alep, will there be finally a play? This Charina can actually make things work, but against the
2v3.
advantage, it's not gonna happen.
Not like this! Alep is trying to keeping himself alive, but not enough. Dylan has just so much damage, and then Umbreon, with the help as well of their defensive Pokemon, they dominate. And now Houseson stuck in the middle, isolated, and THS loses another. Now you have Blastoise.
Okay.
Spinning around, trying to
Sync
deal
one.
damage. Sync 1 jumps into the back. And Alep, the only one left standing to protect the zone. But Sync 1 into the back just pecks him down. And Houseon will be left standing with 14 points to take the goal.
3 points remaining for the second goal zone here in the bottom area. Man, like, you look at Sync 1 is already level 12. As well as the Talonflame, right? Like, the closest to the level 12 that we are seeing right now is a level 9 from Team Hobby Stadium. But even that is, you know, a big discrepancy altogether. Talon PH, we asked if they can run this double speedster composition. I guess the answer is an absolute yes for themselves.
First KO potentially by THS.
They got it.
Getting the kill, or rather, getting the knockout onto Rubix as Umbreon has fallen down. And Talon has to pace themselves quite a bit, but THS is still a long way to go to be able to reach that perspective onto a chance of success here. But we still have the Rayquaza availability in
Sync
2
1.
minutes.
And they're playing right now, leaving everyone in the duster. And now another 2 KO for the Talonflame. Make that 3 KO. A 400 points disparity. Make that a 500 points disparity. Talon PH is just playing with food right now. Infinity.
Full team wipe by Talon. As you've seen there, Talonflame just jumped in alongside with Dodrio, and they just get eviscerated. Lance is just doing so much work for the team. And Kai going into the backside as well. Rubix comes into fray, going in with a 2v3, but Talonflame came at the perfect time.
Man.
Hydro Typhoon will not save you. And THS gets 3 of their Pokemon knocked out, followed up by another.
Sure, they got Kai, but at what cost? Now another 3 KO. Flame Sweep just to disengage. Oh man, Talon PH definitely feeling the groove right now. This is what we were saying, right? Like, if you have a double speedster composition, as well as a Sableye, most of your time will be spent in the central area of your opponent. And that's what they're doing right now. That's their recipe for success. And so far, so good for their squad.
Yeah, and THS, Yes, their composition's it's a little bit balanced, right? You have that defensive capability, you have a lot of suppression and hindrances available for your composition, but it takes time.
They need EVs for sure, this composition, right? Like, they need a way to answer the early game prowess of the lineup of Talon PH. And now, you look at Rubik's against 5 people. Don't mind if I do. Okay, finally he got knocked down.
Yeah, and I think it doesn't matter because their Rubik's role coming from that and putting down pressure is for Talon to be able to get the Regieleki. And you see the patience game coming in from Sylveon onto the top path, just buying time and waiting for time because the Regieleki will put pressure on top path while they take the Rayquaza.
Exactly. Right, like it's one of those min-max moment coming in from Talon. And how fast will this Rayquaza go down? It took them 7 seconds Infinity to take down Rayquaza. Talon PH. Welcome to round number 2, I guess. Team Hobby Stadium. Not the best bracket for them for sure, because this has just been a one-sided affair. Jimbus29, can he finally secure a point for themselves?
But you have just Sableye being just a nuisance onto the top path, and Jimbus has to take care of Kai first before he's able to take the goals on.
Right, like, this is a supporter, by the way, against one of the primary carries in Team Hobby Stadium on the top side. I don't think they will be successful in at least getting more points for themselves. Hydro Typhoon to disengage. But it's too little, too late.
And Talon once again did what they do best. It's to dominate so quickly, so fast. Repeating from what they did in Game 1.
4 digits, ladies and gents. Infinity, another game in where they have went past the 1K point mark. Make it a 1.2K mark for Talon PH, for the hopes of the Filipino esports team. Another KO.
Just jumps in with a Rayquaza buff. It's just too quick to go in for more goals, go in for more zones. And we'll see as THS is struggling and hoping to keep up onto themselves and deal damage, but I don't think it's gonna happen. In 14 seconds on the clock, and Talon, with the same confidence that they shown us in game number 1, dominated once more in game 2 to secure the series win.
In my experience casting for Pokemon UNITE, this might have just been the highest score total I've ever seen one team pull off. That's 1.4K, maybe even 1.5. No, they stopped at 1.4K. The difference between the two teams here, Infinity, 1.4K. I cannot believe my eyes right now. Oh my word, Talon just dominated this round number 1 matchup.
Yeah.
Kind of expected, but this is still on a different level.
It's just a complete difference of composition, right? Talon doubled down onto that early game, steamroll potential of a composition with 2 speedsters and Sableye being a nuisance, and you also have Sylveon and Umbreon for that level 4 spike in power. And THS, the likes of Blastoise, the likes of Gardevoir, they have to reach level 5, they have to reach level 7, and the likes to be able to reach that perspective of strength in the game, and Talon is not letting that through, is not giving them opportunity and space to gain level and experience.
Yeah, of course. Right, like they need all those EVs on their side, right? Like you gift Talon the the double speedster composition with 2 EVs on their side. It was just a dream come true in terms of drafting, right? Like for Team Hobby Stadium, I know that they will be eliminated from the tournament, but this is a very good experience for them, right? Like the side of the bracket was not on their side, but yeah, keep on joining, guys.
Yeah, and the draft right now for Talon is not particularly always applicable for every single matchup. It's also a risky composition that you're heavily relying on your strength coming into the early game. You have to be able to keep up the pace and to put so much pressure that you get so much level disparity up against your opponents. And Talon did just that, but in other situations, if you fall behind in the early game, this composition will falter.
Oh yeah, for sure. But you know, this draft, for sure, 100%, right? Like it's known to dominate the early game. How are you going to stop them and their quest to win early? You won't. You can't. You only wish to contain them, right? Like, you know, at one point, wait for your Unites to be available. But again, for Team Hobby Stadium, Glaceon is the only EV evolution that will be able to at least answer the tempo play that Talon PH is trying to bring in this game. But again, everything in hindsight is 2020.
Yeah,
it's just a one-sided beatdown once again for Talon PH.
And they could even go for Inteleon and the likes. Because Inteleon can deal damage from far away. If they want to play it a bit more safe, Inteleon is a better option if you may consider it to reach that point wherein the evolution takes place much earlier on compared to the likes of Gardevoir or the Blastoise.
Yeah, they have this plan of entering this round number 2, stacking up their Unites in an ideal scenario for sure, right? Like the Team Hobby Stadium, the team fighting composition that they brought in was, I would say, stellar, right? Like Gardevoir, Hydro Typhoon, those Unites can really change the tides of any team fight. But Talon PH knows that there is not a team fight that will happen that will not be in their advantage. Why? Because they will have early access to the levels. They will be picking them apart one by one. And with the early game advantage that they have, even if Team Hobby Stadium had the perfect team fighting, it's not going to work.
Yeah, a perfect team fight for THS is also a possible perfect team fight for Talon. It's just it's just the knowledge and experience of Talon PH that I'm talking about. And it sounds ironic, right? If THS gets the perfect team fight, surely Talon will lose onto that occasion. But as we mentioned, the experience, the confidence, the capability in the winning conditions for Talon is getting checked every single checkbox.
Now let's look into the highlights, see how Talon PH started everything. Spoiler alert, they got a lot of points in. They got 1,400 points worth of domination, at least in game number 2. And this started here in the bottom lane where the double EV tag team, Umbreon, Sylveon, getting early access to the level 4. By the way, kind of want to commend that they know who to focus their resources onto. Because Sylveon was the first to level up. And again, having access to that level 4, the voice that will just be putting in a lot of damage.
Constant damage, yeah.
Constant damage, AoE damage, so to speak. It was just so easy for them.
Yeah. And on top of that, Sync1 also played an integral part on this whole thing because Sync1 was able to keep up. He knows the map, the macro placement, the adjustments that Talon did based on Sync1 to be able to respond quickly was integral to the win of Talon.
And the combos, Sync1 plus, you know, like every facet. It's hard to break this game down, Infinity, because we are just seeing highlights after highlights for Talon PH. And for sure, this is not going to be their everyday life, right? Like, against stronger opponents, against teams that have more experience, they will definitely get punished if they get, if they try to run this same composition. This will definitely be scouted by the likes of Elevate, by the likes of Secret Rare Diamond, because for sure, this composition only works if you will be able to really get the a massive lead in the early game, right?
Yeah.
If your lead is just around 200, 300, there is a potential for a team fight that will happen in the Rayquaza to turn things around. And we saw that in a match between Team MYS and Okidogi. Okidogi did actually win that game against the double speedster composition. So it is very possible for a team to upend this kind of strategy.
Yeah, and I think generally speaking, Talon's Game 1 composition is a much likely expected composition that we could see if they're battling into the next stages of the qualifier. Right, tomorrow when they're reaching the pinnacle of the grand finals to qualify to go into Hawaii, this is an expectation that you have a much more balanced draft composition
Yeah.
to fight up against the likes of Elevate.
But it's also a positive to have multiple compositions.
Oh yeah.
Ready and available to be played at any given moment, right? Like, because if the opportunity, if the tables are open for a draft that will center around the double speedster composition and allow the double EV lineup to join the double speedster composition, the goal will be a lot easier for that particular composition.
Yeah, just the start of the day, a lot of EVs, a lot of fast-paced matchup, and a lot of different compositions that we could expect more later on. We're just gonna take a short break, but when we come back, it's Series 2 of the day of the Pokémon WCS 2024 Philippines Qualifier. Qualifier. And that Series 1 was so quick, so swift, we're jumping into Series 2.
Speedsters.
You called it.
It's a composition that we will be closely monitoring from here on, moving forward. But the second series that we will be witnessing and casting might just be a closer one. I believe
Could be.
this is one of the teams that we interviewed. You interviewed,
Yeah.
right? So in Mythical Fire, and I can't wait to see them in action.
Yeah, Medical Emperor is actually a newly built organization. They started back in December last year, and right now they're competing here for the Philippines Regional Qualifier. So it's all hands on deck. We'll see how they can perform up against the likes of Isen into this series.
Isen Vencera. I remember Isen Salto and other Isen teams that was part of the ACL.
Yeah, a lot of
back in
teams under their
December,
belt
right?
for sure.
But if this is anything, we all know that Isen teams has what it takes to really be part of the top 8, right? And they are poised to also qualify themselves for the second day, but
Yeah.
it's easier said than done, especially against a team that we just recently interviewed, right?
Yeah, they have a lot of rich history for Isen, performing and competing for quite a long time already. And yes, Mythical Emperor is a newly built organization, newly built team as well. So it will be really interesting to see how they can perform up against the likes of Isen that has been competing for a long time already. But they have mentioned in the past, during the interview that we had back in last week, wherein we were fortunate enough to have them here for a team spotlight for the Philippine region, that they have been scrimming up against international teams and they are performing. So we'll see if that can apply here today.
Well, that's the goal, Brad. Like, to be part of what I would say teams that can contend not just in the local scene, but also in the international scene. And for Isen, it's been a quest. They've been here since I believe since the beginning of Pokemon Unite esports, and I cannot wait to see them in action. Are we going to see the same type of drafts? Are we going to see, Gyarados again dominate one game? Because so far, the 2 games that we've casted, I can sum it in 2 words, in 2 different composition, right? Like the Gyarados composition and the Speedster composition.
Yeah, it's just a lot to really dissect coming into the compositions that we have. We just started off with a massive win coming from Talon in Series 1. And into the next matchup for today for Series 2, we have Mythical Emperor up against Isen Viner. These teams are now competing for a chance to move on. You called it already, that Isen has such a huge history coming into Pokemon Unite. So let's see if that can apply into another dominating game that we have on our hands.
Sabo, Kohi, Jinro, Damon, and Greed will be playing for Mythical Emperor Fujin. And then for Isen Vencera, we do have Jemiru, Faye, Yoser, Dawn, and Jakatal.
Yeah,
Oh, Jakatal sounds promising.
for sure. And
I feel like, if you have a name Jakatal, you'll be securing a lot of KOs and points as well.
it sounds dominant, it sounds confident, and it sounds power into this team. But once again, the stakes on the line here is that the top 8 team for day 1 of the Philippines Qualifier will proceed into the grand finals tomorrow, and the top 2 teams will secure a slot to go into Honolulu, Hawaii for the World Championship Series.
Can't wait to see them in action. And we'll be moving towards the drafting again between 2 of the teams that we are so excited to cast, Fujin versus Vincere. Who will be coming out on top? That will be the question. Is there a specific Pokemon that you are looking forward to at least witnessing in the second series?
You know what? I'm expecting the likes of Mew to come through.
Still?
Umbreon,
Yeah, for
Espeon,
sure, right?
Sylveon. These are one of the top picks.
How about the
non?
not yet picked Pokemon?
Ooh, very interesting. Not yet picked Pokemon. You go first. It's a very interesting question, but you know what? I want to see Mimikyu come into play.
He was always banned, at least for games 1 and 2. Mythical Emperor Fusion and Eon Viner. We are going to enter the drafting phase. It does look like that we do have a theme here in the Philippines. Gyarados is definitely going to be one of the must bans, one of the strongest top lane bruisers that we have in the game, and also 2 of the evolutions, Leafeon and Umbreon, is going to be taken away here by Fusion.
Yeah, for sure. Will be such a
Blaziken.
strong time here. Mimikyu is left open. Hoopa is left open. Mew is also open. So any of these 2 teams can pick it up.
Viner targeting the top side of the map, right? Like, it does look like that they have something in their plans. Slowbro.
Oh, very interesting.
Oh,
sight to
this is
see
the
it.
first time we're going to see Slowbro. And interestingly enough, Infinity, as much as we love seeing Hoopa in action, in both games 1 and 2 in our first series, Hoopa was absent.
But right now, we're going to see it for the first time for today. I mean, that's series 2. It's the 3rd game of the day, so not really a long time before we came through to see a Hoopa, but it's just really strong. That reset potential that Hoopa provides for the team. For now, right now, Mythical Emperor still needs that damage dealer, that attacker coming into play, and Mew is open.
I really think that against the Speedsters, Hoopa might have just been perfect pick to at least control all those. Wigglytuff and a double defender composition for Fujin. Earlier, we saw a double Speedster composition. Now Fujin is all about tankiness, but Viner still does have a lot of offense in them. Delphox going to get picked up.
Yeah, and you know what? Mythical Emperor could pick up the likes of Espeon, Mew, and Inteleon combined, coming into their final 2 picks. Could also go for the Sylveon if they want to pair up that early strong spike with Espeon, because they need that damage.
They need more than that for sure, right? Like, they need a carry, and the Dragonite will be their central mon. Espeon will be their lone source of burst, but Dragonite can also surprise you in terms of damage. And talking about surprises, I was about to say Meowscarada is one of the Pokemon that I really want to see. Now, Eon Viner will be bringing it out.
Yeah, they're bringing it into the table right now. And Mythical Emperor and Eon Viner, not really the expectations that I was looking forward to when it comes to Pokemon compositions for game number 1, just because of so much availability of the high priority picks that we've seen in other regions.
I love the draft of Eon. Hands down, right? Like, Meowscarada, one of the best speedsters in the game in terms of damage output. I was talking, when I interviewed Rated Peachy, I asked them who they think will be one of the more surprising picks in the upcoming WCS here in the Philippines. They did say that Meowscarada is not going to surprise anyone in terms of relevance. They believe that Meowscarada has the most damage potential in the game right now. And looking at their draft, they really needed a punch, and Meowscarada should have enough of that. The only thing that is concerning me right now is that this Meowscarada can just get locked down by a Slowbro.
Yeah, this could possibly happen here. And the thing is, Meowscarada has been picked up 5 times across Japan, MYSG, and EUNA. So not really an unexpected pick, but definitely that unorthodox compared to the other attackers that we have been used to. And you know what? Coming into the composition, Eon could actually pivot themselves to not going for the double defender just because they have the Hoopa availability for those resets to occur and for those instant response when the Unite move occurs.
Yeah, and now you're seeing Dawn, by the way, of a very familiar name, Dawn, now trying to just be a very annoying force, trying to invade and trying to snag away the red buff. Was he able to snag away the red buff? We're going to closely check that later. No, he wasn't able to steal the red buff away from the Dratini. But Dawn, finally, the punishment is there. The collapsed Jinro and company gets a first KO.
Setting too close for comfort there, and as you have called it, it will be Eon Viner that will lose their Hoopa early on, but I think the role was to really just confuse Mythical Emperor on their central area, delay it as much as possible.
Oh, this is
Fortunately
good.
enough, did not occur.
The Clouds, that will be an early secure, but the reset Jackal was able to at least escape with a few
Dawn.
HP. Hyperspace Portal, Hyperspace Hole, going to be a very integral part of the game plan here by Eon Viner.
Yeah, we called it, right? The reset potential of the hyperspace hole and the quick thinking of Dawn just saved one of the members of themselves in that early stage. We're in that isolation potential and Mythical
Dawn?
Emperor having so much damage coming into the early
Reset.
game, and Dawn once again saving himself this time around with a hyperspace hole.
Yeah, just by himself, right? Like, he's buying his team a lot of space, allowing Meowscarada to go unchallenged here in the central area. Yoser also very close to the level 7 power spike, and now another skirmish.
A contest into the wild Pokemons in the central path. And Eon Viner once again, Hoopa showing why it's one of the top picks in other regions.
Well, not just in the other regions. Of course, here in the Philippines, Hoopa always very much contested. Jackatal is already level 7. The power spike is here. Elevator already set up. Jemiru is here. Fire spin.
User goes in with a skull bash in. Jackatal came through at the perfect time, but he fell asleep with Wigglytuff just putting his powers out.
Yeah, I really think that Jackatal will be making sure that his presence is felt all throughout with the support of Jemiru on this Delphox. It's a lot easier for them to make things work, as well as this Hoopa, right? Like, Hoopa can also steal away berries from the opponent, which can really influence the laning phase. Regice.
Now being taken down by Eon Viner, uncontested. And you also have Hoopa coming into the top path. They understand the assignment that if Hoopa decides to go in for the Unite move, Rings Unbound, they can bring every single one. If Mythical Emperor opts to go in for the Regieleki.
They don't even have to use the Rings Unbound, right? Like, pre-level 9, you will have access to the elevator, allowing themselves to get another objective. That's 2 for 2 for Eon Viner.
Yeah, it's just very quick macro plays when you have Hoopa availability into your composition.
Damon.
And right now, they jump through, converged into one, and that will be another knockout for Eon Viner.
The first goal zone got destroyed here by Eon Viner. A 2 KO for Meowscarada, another point for Dawn. No punishment whatsoever, at least in the early engages so far.
Yeah, and Hoopa is just too good, and that
Fireworks.
just allows them for a 4-1 split. Eon Viner
Kohai.
secures under the
Oh,
goal zone
no.
and a knockout.
He's level 9. He has access to the Unite, but again, the control, the hindrances coming from the Delphox still very much alive, still very much effective, at least in the first 5 minutes of this game.
Yeah, and this is a massive, massive problem that Mythical Emperor has to face. Because the thing is, Eon Viner always constantly go in for the 4-1 split, wherein Hoopa is left alone. But if they pressure down the Hoopa, their opposite side of the stadium will get demolished. So they have to decide and commit to one side of the map or the other.
And now he has access to Rings Unbound. He can call reinforcements in a snap. It's a 5v4, potentially a 5v5 if in case that Hoopa decides to go down. But our next Reggie buff will spawn up in 5 seconds here, Infinity.
And now you have the Blastoise
I
coming in the
Typhoon.
middle. Going in for the Spin Toys, Phantom Forest, but Hydro
There he
Typhoon
goes!
saved himself to buy time for the knockup. And now 2 knockdown already. Mythical
Perfect.
Emperor is pinned down, and Eon Viner will just be able to keep up the pace, but the counter engage coming in from Mythical Emperor Fujin will be able to get themselves a feint of their own.
We have a pause call from one of the teams, but we're going straight back into the game. Jemiru and company. Again, the power is, the power of Hoopa here is that even if there was a lost skirmish, you can still come back into fray once again. And now DAY1 and company.
Spin Toys going into the middle, dealing damage, and now Wigglytuff is gone! And Jackatal into the back with Rug Tube to deny any retreat.
man.
And Eon Viner getting Regice, getting 3 KO, and getting the goal zone.
That's the first goal zone here in the bottom lane that Eon Viner was able to get for themselves. Kohai, not as effective as they have hoped for.
Hyperspace hole.
There's another contestation on the top. No contestation at all on this Regieleki. That's the 4th objective that Eon Viner was able to secure for themselves.
The map awareness, the macro game of Eon Viner is top notch. the Hoopa availability just pretty much lost Mythical Emperor the game. And now Regieleki is pushing into the final goal zone, and you have Isan Vincier as well pressuring the bottom path.
Almost 300 points disparity, 3 minutes and 30, and there still is an opportunity for Fujin to turn things around. Remember, a lot of Unites available, and if they can stack it one on top of another, Phantom Forest, right? Like, you have the Unite coming in from the Dragonite, Psychic Solaire, you can really do massive amount of damage in a snap, in a second, and that I believe is what Fujin is planning by the time that the Rayquaza spawns up.
Yeah, and this is one of the perspectives. I want to talk about Crustle as well, because we have seen it perform in other regions, the likes of Japan, MYSG, and EUNA, that Crustle always just picks up the Rock Tomb and denies that possibility for a treat, especially the likes of composition of Isan Vincier, that is pretty much all in when it comes to those teams.
Always very effective, right? Extra hindrance, Phantom Force, also another ability that can really turn things around if played perfectly, as well as Jamiro's Fire Spin. You know, all this area of effect, crowd control from Isan Vincier is really making it difficult for Fujin to find whatever opening they are hoping to find right now. And in 2 minutes and 20 seconds of game time, another Reggie buff has just spawned up. You look at the minimap right now, Meowscarada by himself on the top side. I believe he's just going there, or he's just standing there for defensive purposes.
Yeah, and like what Isan Vincier is doing. Like, Mythical Emperor wants to understand that Isan Vincier has that potential to get that Reggie Rock, but Isan Vincier did not touch that objective. They know that they have that massive advantage, so they can just sit around, defend the Ray Pit, and they can just push back ME to take the win.
Rayquaza, open for the taking. Defensive stance from Isan Vincier. Again, 4-1 split, Meowscarada, unsuspecting position for him. He has to be careful though. If he overshows himself, there could be a capital punishment from ME.
Yeah, Fujin has to commit now, because if they left alone,
Snow Beam.
a Snow Beam just pins down Crustle, but not enough to sustain. And now you have the Phantom Force as well.
Typhoon.
Typhoon to stack it up, and Isan Vincier will get the triple KO with Espeon and Trevenant, the only one that's standing here, and Jinx is gone. Trevenant can't do nothing, and Isan Vincier will be able to punish,
Red?
and
No.
ME will get full wiped out.
The team wipeout. Although there is still an opportunity for ME Fujin. They can still jump in. Are they able to contest this one out? No! Isan Vincier gets a Rayquaza and possibly the game.
A little too late by ME. Yes, they were able to respawn, or well, come back out alive very, very quickly, but Isan Vincier had enough damage to take down the Rayquaza in a blink of an eye, in a snap, and that will stack them up more points for them for a dominant win.
600 points this difference, and Fujin very helpless right here, right now. We'll have to think of the next game here, Infinity. Valiant effort for them. But again, the play of Isan Vincier not really showing themselves up to a point that Fujin had to commit a slow beam onto one unsuspecting member. No stack up or no fusion attacks whatsoever to help out Fujin maximize their composition. Isan Vincier very formidable in this game number 1.
It just shows the history of this organization and of this team. Such a methodical play. They did not go hyper-aggressive coming into the early matchup. They understand their winning condition is to play at the mid-game and to really just control the whole situation, the whole game, to be able to not give any space for Mythical Emperor to steamroll.
It's not often that I would say, you know, one single Pokemon was very influential in every matchup, because again, you have to have the right mindset, the right game plan in order for all this Pokemon to be effective. But if anything, ME Fujin, it does feel to me that they are not accustomed in playing against a very skilled Hoopa player, right? Because this team, Isan Vincier, just maximized the capabilities of this Hoopa in the early game.
And you called it. I want to highlight Dawn. Dawn, out of this game, not as much damage compared to the likes of Jamaru or compared to the likes of Jacketal, but Dawn was the pivotal, was the key to success of Isan Vincier. It allowed them to go in for the 4-1 split. Constant pressure, constant amount of damage to Mythical Emperor. They got the 2 goal zones very early on into the game, at least 5 minutes into the matchup, and that just gave them so much of a point advantage and a lead up against ME.
That was the top side, right? Like two of the first goals that got taken down here by Eason was on the top side. And Kohi on the Dragonite, one of the more effective central mons that we have in the game. But I definitely did not feel that there was enough impact from the Dragonite. I believe that there is, you know, another perfect scenario to allow for the Dragonite to be effective. But in game number 1, it was prevented by Eon Viner. So, yeah. I believe that ME Fujin will have to revisit their draft and try to focus on the early game.
Yeah, their draft is very unorthodox, very untraditional for what we have seen. Wigglytuff pick is pretty much the first time that we've seen across different regions, and even the Dragonite has been used, right? Dragonite has not.
Yeah,
has been
Dragonite is
used.
a standard one.
It's a standard, but not really the high priority Pokemon that we've seen across various regions as well. So it's a very interesting take. We'll see how ME adjusts coming into game 2, as they still have a chance to be able to take it back.
Yeah, Wigglytuff can be very effective if used perfectly, I guess.
Sure.
You are allowed to buff your teammates and have that CC immunity for a second, for a couple of seconds. But again, we are going to look back as to what happened in game number 1 into this highlights. Starting off with massive plays altogether on the top side, but first things first, right? Like Dawn being the nuisance needed here by Eason to have enough space to create the advantages that they needed in the early game.
Yeah, the thing is, Dawn, as we have mentioned, is the key. And I really, really want to highlight Dawn, because coming into the early matchup, yes, he was the first KO that went into the side of their opponents, but the thing is, the role there was to really just puzzle their opposition. Yeah. Just not make them go into the top path and bottom path to really put down and deny that level and experience of his teammates. And coming into the middle of the game, up until the late game, Dawn was just there to allow that 4-1 split.
ME had the opportunity to actually win this fight, but this was not even the final form of Eason, right? Like, I was looking at their ultimates or unites, and I knew right then and there that the Rings Unbound was not used still. And in one Rings Unbound, you can call all the reinforcements needed. This is for the final battle, Floral Flourish, coming in from Jakatal. Jakatal, by the way, I would say he made true to the promise of his name. He was everywhere. He was dealing a massive amount of damage on this Meowscarada. And Meowscarada, one of my favorite Pokemon in recent times, as I would say, because very flashy, very helpful passive as well, and very good ultimate to boot.
Yeah, I don't even know what Jakatal means.
I don't know, it just sounds so good.
It just sounds so strong.
It just sounds so good.
Omnipotent coming into the stadium.
Jakatal sounds like an old warrior, right? Like a warrior from old times.
Ooh. Are you that? An old, but not a warrior? I'm kidding.
This guy.
I'm kidding. It's
but yeah, sure, right? Like, again, for Eason Salto, at least one half of the two games is in their favor already. They are in match point. They will have at least 2 opportunities to close things down. But knowing ME Fujin, they're not going to go down without a fight here.
For sure. For sure. As we have mentioned, coming into these games, coming into the series, it's a race to 2 wins. It's a best of 3 format, so there's still a chance for ME Fujin to take a game and go into the game 3 that they're seeking out for. But Eon Viner is not holding back their punches as well.
We're going to switch sides. ME Fujin looks like that they have learned the lesson the hard way, and they're going to target away Hoopa.
Oh yeah. That is indeed a ban that is to be out for. ME Fujin doesn't want any of that, and that
Dragonite
will allow them to be able to have much more space and alleviate some of the pressure that Eon Viner had in game 1.
Eon Viner had one thing in mind from game number 1, right? Like, they wanted to target down the top Pokemon in the Gyarados and Blaziken. And it was very effective, right? Because Eon Viner was just able to leave Dawn by himself on the top side. Now, ME Fujin will be taking away 2 of the effective Pokemon that Eon Viner that did have.
They're just denying the Pokemon of Eon Viner onto their compositions in the prior game. So we'll see how Eon Viner adjust as they would. They would mirror that denial. They will take the Slowbro for themselves. Potentially a different Pokemon still. Snorlax is still having that huge potential for hindrance and suppression coming into those team fights. And on top of that, Mew sprinkle on top of the composition.
Best mage, best special attacker in the meta still. Mew, very versatile. Now, ME Fujin will be going for the Eldegoss as their supporter. Well, what will be their next pick here? Trevenant, still. I'm liking this for ME Fujin. They are leaving their central area Pokemon.
Triple?
Hidden still, Meowscarada.
Oh, wow.
Triple Defender.
Both of these teams are actually opting to go in for a triple defender. They want that sustain. They want that capability to
I don't
stay
think
for
so.
long, but ME adjusts.
They needed some form of damage for ME Fujin's side to be in their central area. For Eon Viner, they already have that, right? Like they already have the Meowscarada to be their central mon. At least now for ME Fujin, they don't have to deal with a Hoopa that will be invading. So this is a draft that I really think Fujin might be able to win.
Yeah, and I think regardless of role, these two compositions are quite similar. Because if you think about it, Eldegoss has a lot of suppression, has a lot of that capability for hindrances to occur coming into those team fights, and also that extra bit of damage coming into play here. And Eon Viner is acting onto the same matter. Umbreon, Snorlax, Crustle to be that hindrances of two ME Fujin into those team fights, and Mew and Meowscarada to deal damage. So likewise, I think we're seeing quite a similar draft here for both teams.
I really think that ME Fujin has this in the bag, right? Like you have Delphox that will be able to provide not just damage but also control, right? Like you have the Blastoise that you can stack up your Unites on top of the other, and Glaceon always reliable at any given game, right? Like just as long as you give him access to the early levels at level 4, he can have those icicle shards to really penetrate through the defenses. And although this is a very tanky lineup for Natus, for not necessarily, but Eon Viner, it still is. I really think that they lack damage. I feel that Fujin has this in the bag. I could be wrong though.
We'll see if Mew and Meowscarada will be enough for Eon Viner to take away the series, or if ME Fujin has a power to be able to reach that Game 3 to go to the distance for this series.
Big responsibility on Jakatal, on the Meowscarada once again. This is a very good strategy to have though, because if they will be winning this game once again for Eon Viner. Wait, hang on, there's a very sneaky invade, and that will be the Snorlax snacking away the red buff, and that's experience away from the Glaceon.
Yeah, experience going into Glaceon, reaching that level 4 early on is a condition to gain that huge power in the start of the matchup. And now ME Skull Bash will not connect. Very unfortunate, and Dawn as well, that quick response.
Jakatal is here, level 5 already.
Now level 4 for Crustle as well. It's a 3v3 that we have on top half, but no one wants to commit.
Perfect. This is a better game plan overall for Fujin. Now Kohi is already level 5. They're expecting for the Altaria to spawn up, and it will be a 3v3 on the top side. Who ends up winning there will definitely get the XP advantage. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, Sabo in Jinro. Oh man, the combo, it gives me chills, right? Like you do have the Fiery Spin on top of the Horn Leech and the CC suppression coming in for the Trevenant. I really think on the bottom lane, Fujin will have a good time.
Yeah, and the double defender allows Eon Viner to constantly put pressure onto the central path, just because they're very sustainable and they're very defensive centric of a composition that they have. Unfortunately enough, they do not have the likes of support for that healing, but do they really need it if they're triple defenders in the composition? I don't think so.
Not really. Like FaZe making things work on the Snorlax pickup. Kohi needs to be careful.
A fight for the wild Pokemons in the central paths. It's Going to be Swablues and Altarius that they're fighting for.
Rest.
Nice sustain coming in from Snorlax with a bump and a
counterplay.
knockoff as well onto Glaceon. And
So
Icicle
tacky.
Shards to clutch it up with a KO.
A user was there to return the favor. All the while, Meowscarada securing another goal on the top side. Eason Vincere 81 points to 0 of ME Fujin.
And Sabo is still very delayed here. Has not reached the evolution for Trevenant, and they need that.
Definitely do. Yoser, still very sneaky. Now being challenged by the level 6 War Turtle. Needs one more level to get to
Kohi.
Blastoise. But Kohi cannot do a thing.
3-player rotation here by Eason Vincere, but so much pressure onto ME Fujin. But the damage there as well with Mew, it's very strong. Now Meowscarada goes into the back
Floral Flourish.
Unite coming in from Meowscarada. That will allow them to put so much damage to each and every single one, and ME Fujin was a bot space. And now Snorlax tries to push down onto Sabo.
Oh, okay.
Well
Finally.
able to get that KO onto the damage dealer, and Eason Vincere is forced to retreat. But they're still fighting through. They still have Meowscarada.
Yeah.
They want the Regirock. They want that objective.
Winnable.
But Snorlax is gone. And Mythical Emperor Fujin has full control over Regirock.
Here comes the turnaround. ME Fujin will be securing the Regirock here in the bottom lane on the top side as well. Now here comes a 4v5.
And now Crustle trying to defend that goal zone along with another person, another player
Check it
here.
out down.
But Meowscarada is gone, fainted by Trevenant's hands. And ME Fujin has that advantage, but this is very risky. They went in for the 4-1 split. No one's defending on top side here by Eason Vincere. So that could be an easy goal zone that Fujin can secure. But Eason Vincere
man.
wants those knockouts away from Fujin, but will not go for the all-in.
Kohi is untouched. Ladies and gentlemen, this is why you pick up the Glaceon. The kiting potential of this Pokemon is just unreal. And although the points is in the favor of Eason Vincere, I feel that the tempo and the momentum is on Fujin's side.
Definitely be here. I mean, they're going in for those splits. They're going in for those goal zones. Mythical Emperor Fujin is going
knockup.
in very closely up against Eason Vincere. But in a 3v3 situation, I don't think any of these players, any of these teams will put such a huge risk on going for that engage into the bottom path. So both of these sides are going to respect each other.
Jinro on the Delphox, very close to level 9. Unites can just be casted very, very soon here by Sabo.
Snorlax will not connect onto the knockup onto Sabo. Very mobile. Just going in for the Horn Leech, going back and forth here. And staying onto the goal zone by Eason
Another
Vincere
knockup.
is a clever move.
Oh,
But
Jinro.
look at Sabo into the backside. Horn Leech will not connect here.
Jinro.
And Mew with a Unite is going in for the KO onto Eldegoff. 2 already down. And now the Horn Leech connects onto 2 as well. Knockout off themselves. Fujin
man.
secures the counter engage. And now the Blastoise into the flank. Going in for the Spintoise, had to target
Okay.
onto
Kohi.
Guzzle. Kohi is in danger. 1 more HP left.
There you
and he
go.
faints. And Fujin goes back and forth for that Reggie still coming up. And Snorlax trying to buy time here for Sabo to keep his teammates alive with a 2KO onto Eason Vincere. Reggie Steele will be open for Fujin.
Just enough time for Jinro to come back here. Already level 10. Unite already used, but it doesn't matter. ME got this in the bag.
Faye, can you go in for the rest? Knock up onto Sabo as well. But Sabo is chasing. Sabo wants that feint. Sabo wants that knockout. And Jamaro into the back as well with Electro Ball. We'll see what they can do. Crustle into the top path. Going in for the 40 points. And that will be another goal zone in their
Sabo.
favor as well. It's a 1-for-1 trade.
Yeah. And Sabo was there to just fend them off, allow for Fujin to finally slam more points. And don't look now, Infinity. Fujin is in the lead.
Fujin is in the lead indeed from a minute back. They were at a huge deficit, and now they're back into the game here with a lead. And Reggie Alecki is open on top path.
Now it's starting to at least be a little scarier for Eason Vincere's squad, right? Like you have Jemiru, sure, Mystical Mirage, the Floral Flourish coming in from Jackal has been perfect so far. But with Fujin's lineup, I really think that they do have all the element to win this game.
Reggie Alecki now being contested. Emmy wants it as well for their own. We'll see if they can fight this. It's a 4v4 as you have as you have 4-1 splits for both sides, Blastoise is trying to go in for the flank here. Delphox is gone! Can he go in for the
Back
trade?
to
Back to
Forest!
Forest! It's perfect! It's a tree people knockup! But Mythical Emperor Fujin is trying to
good
hold
push
on
back.
for themselves. It's Grid going into the back. Snorlax with a knockup as well. Sabo, it will not connect. Going in for the chase. The pushback from Mew that will deny the chase from Fujin.
And another set of points being slammed in the bottom lane by Eon Viner for a trade-off. Now Fujin is focusing on a Reggie Elecki. No contestation whatsoever. Can they escort this Reggie Elecki for a touchdown? That's the question.
Or they could go and prioritize the Ray Pit, defend it away from Eon Viner. We'll see what they could do here.
Eon
right
is
now,
already in the lead.
As you have called it, Eon is in a 13-point lead. In 2 minutes and 20 seconds into the matchup here,
Yeah.
Mythical Emperor Fujin has to be smart and has to be clever of what they can do.
3 seconds before the next Reggie buff spawns up. And that should be enough time for the Registeel to join Fujin. And Registeel is a very good addition for their composition.
8 seconds.
Additional attack, additional SP attack as well.
And they could take it. That will be an advantageous position for them to
Perfect.
take that Ray Pit or to be able to take the advantage later on. As right now, Eon Viner already on a positional advantage, going to Ray Pit and has full control over the vicinity.
Jackatal, very aggressive placement. There we go. They'll have to jump away. Because that was a very scary place to be in if you're a Jackatal. You have to remember, although you have a passive, that you basically get stealthed once your
1:30.
life is at 50%. It still is not enough. Sabo is going to spot out Jackatal.
Clock is ticking down. Eon Viner going into the bottom path. And
Hydro
that will be a
Typhoon.
perfect engage. Hydro Typhoon to deny that possibility of the
Oh,
all-in
man.
for Eon Viner. And Mew is down to 1 HP. Has to
Jackatal.
force out the Unite move as well to be able to go back. As Jackatal will be able
he's
to go
down.
back into the back. And Glaceon is gone. Delphox is removed. Fainted. And Mythical Emperor Fujin has nowhere to run. Has nowhere to hide. Only has 2 players left standing here. And Dawn being kept alive. 1 minute down the clock. Can Mythical Emperor
Jackatal.
Fujin clutch it up? Going in for
Oh,
that
man.
burner ring secures the KO. And Trevenant comes in at the right time as well. But
not
it's a
yet over.
2v1. I don't think that this will be advantageous for Sabo.
It's not yet over. Kohi is alive. Rayquaza is available for the taking. They're trying to rush it down.
They will be down to the final HP for the Ray Pit, for the Rayquaza, who will
Who's
take
going to
it
take it?
down.
Russell took it.
Russell will steal it away, and Eon Viner will secure it, and Fujin will lose the final opportunity to take it down.
Too close, yet so far. Emi Fujin. They were not able to take away the grand prize of Rayquaza. Russell, clutch secure for Eon Viner means that they will be advancing to the next round.
What an amazing feat we have seen. And I reckon Mythical Emperor Fujin need not be able to force that Rayquaza fight, but just sneak in into the bottom path and secure a
They did not
13
know, I
point.
believe, because at 3-minute mark, there will be a notification.
For
And
sure.
the notification will most likely say that it's, too close of a battle. And I believe that, a 50-50 might still happen. And the fact that Kohi, on that Glaceon, had an opening to secure the Rayquaza, easily denied though by Yoser, the MVP for Yoser, very much deserved.
Very much deserved indeed. I mean, Eon Viner just on a flip of a switch.
Right.
Onto that team fight on Rayquaza. What they did there was perfect. It was impressive to say the least. They waited for the right time. They went in for the bottom path and just jumped in for a team fight all in. And Fujin lost 2 of their DPS off their attackers right out of the
Yeah,
gate.
the triple defender surprisingly worked here in Infinity, and for Jackatal, he's my hero, right? Like Jackatal, the old warrior namesake, being able to find Kohi to start out the Rayquaza battle, he got that 2KO. And the more important part of that 2KO was getting the head of Kohi, right? Because
Yeah.
Kohi was the main threat for Fujin. He was supposed to be the carrier of the team on the Glaceon. And again, as a speedster that can get the access, as a Meowscarada, that's just perfect.
And sprinkle on the top, they got General as well. Not intended. Yes, they want the head of Glaceon.
General
and
always
they-
gets down though.
They want that elimination. They want that knockout, but
Yeah.
getting 2 of the attackers is already a statement to
Exactly,
make by
right.
Eason Vincier.
I really feel that this was not a game for Jinro, right? It's not the game of his life. Because Jinro was caught out of possession how many times? 3 or 4 times in the span of just one game. And as a Delphox, sure, it's quite understandable. You don't really have enough mobility, enough self-heal to get out of a murky situation. But you need to know better. You need to position yourself better.
Yeah, and the role of a Delphox, just given the fact that you have so much faster cooldowns compared to other attackers in the game, is to just spam out your movesets, coming into those team fights from far away.
Right.
But that did not happen. Delphox did not have that pace and did not have that capability onto putting those movesets down.
Because it was the Snorlax. Faye, time and time again, goes for the knockup. And who is there to follow up? Meowscarada by Jakatal. Well, let's look into the replay. Here in the bottom lane, we're seeing massive advantage. And this was Gemeru just using the Mythical Mirage to fend off the members of Mythical Emperor. But again, for Kohi, finding that level 8 means that he has access to his Unite. And at one point, I thought for a second that this was, you know, the start of something good for ME, because Kohi was untouchable at one point.
Yeah, they're definitely not. I mean, looking at this replay, as we're focusing on the Kohi, this has been constantly what he's doing.
Exactly, right?
Having that space and just putting out those Icicle Shards. And this is what Delphox should be doing. They want space, and they need not to be able to put down...
This was Jinro
That's
getting
so
caught.
close of a range to put down their moves.
Jinro getting caught by Chakatal's Floral Flourish. Last time out that we casted together, you know, we were in agreement that Leon was definitely the MVP of the tournament. Meowscarada might just be that in this tournament.
Well,
I know it's, you know, I know it's
aside
early.
from
I know it's
Zacian,
early.
you know what? Aside from Zacian, yes, sure, Leafeon is one of the keys as well.
I don't consider Zacian.
You don't consider Zacian?
Okay. I don't consider Zacian. He was definitely on a different level. Sapo, by the way, 3-man Phantom Forest. Not enough though, because that pushback against Grid was clutch.
It definitely was. It's just so much hindrances and suppression. I mean, this is the pivotal point
Final battle, right?
for Eason to be able to turn things around.
Yeah.
They went into the back side, and it was just an uninformed decision by ME. They want that pressure onto Ray, but all of a sudden, Eason went from the bottom pad and surprised them.
Yeah. Then, rest is history, right? Like, Crystal was able to secure the Rayquaza buff. And by securing the Rayquaza buff, they were able to defend what is needed, right? Like, they were already in the lead. And taking away the Rayquaza from the opponent was basically the exclamation point needed by their team. Congratulations to Team Eisen.
Yeah, it was tight neat coming in from that matchup. It was very close, an option and an opportunity for ME to be able to take that win and go to third game, but Eason was persistent coming in from that final fight, and they were able to win it. We're just gonna take a short break. Series 2 is over, but we're gonna come back with another banger of a game after this short break. Welcome back once again, and we're down into a Series 3. What a fantastic series that Eon Viner was able to show us, with a slight chance and opportunity for ME to be able to take that into the third game. Unfortunately enough, Eon Viner was perseverant coming into that game.
Yeah, just an update.
What's the update?
It does appear that Eon Viner, that was their qualifying game towards the top 8. So we will be seeing them again tomorrow. And for the rest of the games that we'll be casting today, it will be for the top 8 position. So it will be very exciting from here on moving forward. Infinity, Eon Viner, welcome to the top 8, and we'll be seeing you tomorrow. Yeah, lots of time for them to regroup, go back to the drawing board, and prepare for tomorrow. And maybe just, watch the remainder of the matches. Our next game is also going to be a very exciting one.
Yeah, we saw just a sneak peek from the short break that we had. It's a sneak peek of the teams that will be battling here in Series 3, and it's a very familiar name.
Yeah, Elevate.
Oh, you call it. I was trying to tease it.
It was shown during the break, though.
I was putting up a little bit of a teaser, but yes, it was Elevate that will be battling here in the next match that we have on our hands. And as we have called it time and time again, this is one of the top teams here in the Philippines.
Oh, they were the runner-ups in the previous WCS, right? So they are on a quest to not just get back into the main stage, but also to find the whatever was necessary to get that elusive championship for them squad and for our region per se, right? They will be facing against Panda Tropico, which is a very cool name.
A familiar reference, but a very cool name, as you have called it. So we'll see if Panda Tropico can make it up against one of the strongest teams, strongest organizations here in the region. But so far, we have seen such a massive, varied Pokemon selection thus far from our series. Two series.
Gyarados draft. There you have the double speedster draft, the Hoopa draft in game number 1 of the Eon game. And in the 4th game, the triple defender strat.
The triple defender, the Dragonite mix up with a lot of these various, with the Wigglytuff as well into the composition. So very varied Pokemon selection. So we had on our hands here in the Philippine region. But as we move forward into the series that we have for the day, as you have called it, we're already looking at these placement matches for the top 8 for the grand finals tomorrow. So it will be really important that these teams would leave no stones unturned. Yeah,
whoever will be seeing today, qualify for themselves for tomorrow, there will be lots of adjustments for sure. As we look into the next match, there are the names I cannot seem to read. Drabsat. You know what? For a second, I would most likely just call him J-Rab, right? J-Rab, Shua,
probably
Tempest, Miva, Lewis. I think that's Junior Absent.
Yeah.
J.R. Absent, right?
Yeah. And Shua, Tempest, Miva, and then Lewis for Elevate Unite. And then for Panda Tropical, we have Howie. Is it a quick of a sneak peek?
Possibly.
For Hawaii?
Honolulu Howie.
Howie?
Bandasaur. A Japanese name that I wish to read. Zeus.
I can't read
Dragneel.
Hopefully we have like Japanese viewers out there.
Chok Dragneel. There was a legend. Yeah, Dragneel. Natsu.
Yeah. I was trying to put up a reference there, and you got it.
Chok, though, is a legendary pro player back in the day. Not sure if he's the same Chok that we are going to witness play for Panda Tropico, but it will be very interesting, right? They will be facing against a very strong team, though, in Elevate. Shua, very familiar name, as well as the other members of Elevate. Miwa, however you want to pronounce it, is also going to be very closely monitored as we cast their game moving forward, right? Like, this is going to be a very exciting one, because one, this is the first time that we're going to be casting them since their defeat from ACL, right? Like, remember that upset that did happen at the hands of Mike Ross. Elevate was scouted to be part of the top 2, got upset, and yeah, rest is history.
Yeah, ACL was a time of mystery because there was just so much teams
Yeah.
that are top contenders. We were looking at the likes of Talon. We were looking at the likes of Elevate. There are familiar names coming into these into the competition, but right all of a sudden, these top teams, these favorite teams, are defeated.
Yeah, it happens, especially when the pressure kicks in. You know, we all know that Elevate should have at least that in the bag after representing our region over and over again, right?
Yeah.
Like in the grand stage of them all, pressure should not kick in. But they're still players, right? Like at the end of the day, if a specific team becomes hotter than they are supposed to, upsets can happen.
Upsets can definitely happen, and ACL was very, very close. Only a difference of points with Rayquaza changing the tides. We'll see if this will happen again here. Elevate Unite will ban away Crustle and Slowbro, and Panda Tropical removes Hoopa and Leafeon.
Yeah. Two of the, what I would say, very influential pickups. We haven't seen Leafeon today, Infinity.
It's consistently banned.
Always on the ban chamber for sure. Trevenant's going to be the first pick here by Elevate. No surprises there. They really want to prioritize their tanks. But I guess the surprising factor there is them prioritizing the tree over Umbreon.
Yeah, and the thing is, I think Trevenant is one of the top picked in the regional stage in Japan, NYSG, and EUNA,
Yeah.
and also has one of the top win rate in the tournament. But Mimikyu will fall through and Mew will fall through for Elevate, and then you have Delphox, Umbreon, Venusaur locked in for their opponents.
And the Tropico is not joking. They do have the double EV composition. Does have a huge amount of damage in Delphox and control as well from possibly the Venusaur.
Yeah, and expectedly, with Delphox and Glaceon already locked in as well, Venusaur will go in for a much more sustainable route with a Petal Dance and Giga Drain.
Or maybe, we'll see. Because I see the angle of them going for the ultra
The
long
triple
range.
attacker, the triple
Long range
damage unit?
Venusaur? Yeah.
Possibly be.
Possibly,
But
but
Wigglytuff.
we'll see. Wigglytuff once again,
Ooh.
right? Like those sleeps, and again, anti-CC. But oh my word, Elevate
Yeah.
is going to put out a show Zoroark paired with a Comfy. Yeah, it's going to be a delight to see.
Yeah, and I'm telling you, Zoroark is one of the top bats in different regions. And that is for a reason. And
Yeah.
Zoroark with Comfey is like peanut butter and jelly. It's like bread and butter.
Right.
They are paired perfectly, and coming into Elevate sides with the likes of Trevenant and Mimikyu
Yeah.
to be their frontliners, it will be match made in heaven.
Yeah, all those squishy Pokemon will have nightmares today, Infinity. I'm so excited to see every single time a Zoroark gets picked up, mainly because it highlights, one, the mechanics of the pro player that is using it, and two, the coordination of the team, allowing for the Zoroark to be let through, because it's not an easy Pokemon to
It definitely
use,
is
right?
not. It's a high skill ceiling of a Pokemon to be utilized in the game. So we'll see if there's any team, if there's any player, it will be Elevate that can match it to the highest level as we jump into game number 1.
Yeah, let's look at the leading phase. See how they will be planning this one out. And does look like the Tempest and Lewis will be on the bottom lane. The central Pokemon will still be, of course, the Zoroark. No surprises there.
Yeah.
Then for JR, it will most likely be a rotating or a roaming Comfy, at least in the early stages, allowing for the first goal for the Mimikyu, getting a lot of XP as well.
Yeah, if 9 minute reaches, Hoopa will, or well rather Comfey will start to rotate and will start to help down the Zoroark to be able to really just put down and funnel in onto that potential. But thus far, everyone's playing it a bit more safe, and no one's still getting knocked out.
Yeah, no one is at level 4. There you go, finally. First one to level 4 is the Mimikyu. Needs to be respected, goes for the berries. are the two Pokemon on the top side for Panda Tropical. I'm liking their pace, by the way, Infinity. They're not faltered with who they are facing against, right? We could be seeing a potential dark horse here.
Yeah, there we go. Confe starting to rotate. They
Clouds?
want that position into the
Oh!
top hat. And Shua comes through, and that will be an immediate 2 KO by Elevate.
Well, and I believe that that's the Solar Beam coming from the Mew, not really finding its mark, but it doesn't matter. It was a fend-off move, and now lots of points, goals, XP to the side of Elevate. The answer by Panda Tropico is on the bottom lane, and finally a level up to level 5 for the Delphox.
Yeah, until Tempest does not reach the final evolution. Bulbasaur KO, not even reaching the Ivysaur evolution as of yet. Shua is dominating, and now they go in for the invade up against Umbreon. Right now, Shua wants that KO.
Yeah?
But Cragneel comes in. That will be the support that Panda Tropical will be able to come in. And that will bring it down to a 2v2. Mimikyu goes in, and that will be Umbreon who falls.
Play rough moment. And for Panda Tropico, it will be a lot harder for them to lock down the Zoroark. Sure, you have the mean look to at least hinder his movements. But we have to remember, right? Like there's a disguise button move that you can use to really get away from the mean look. They need a slow beam sort of suppression to really control the Zoroark because of for sure Elevate Unite. The way they play around Mimikyu and Zoroark, it's just so good.
It's definitely so good, and Shua once again, they're not even allowing Bulbasaur to reach the next evolution.
2 KO.
And into the bottom, Pat Elevate as well is dominating a consistent 3v2, 4v2 if you may call it, as that will be another 3 KO and a lot of points going into Elevate.
Yeah, don't forget about Lewis, right? Like Lewis on this team, still very effective in dishing out the damage needed here
Shua.
by Elevate.
Ooh, very aggressive, a bit of an overextension there, but this will buy space and buy time for Mimikyu to get the Regieleki, and the Reggie still into the bottom back for Elevate.
So Shua just was the nuisance needed here by Elevate to actually secure more for themselves. It's a very good trade-off, and now the Regieleki will most likely get escorted on the top side for Chok though. Ragniel only reaching level 7 just about now, 6 minutes into the game.
A little bit too delayed, Regieleki. Now stepping foot within inches away from the goal zone.
Okay.
They're able to take it out alive. Mew goes in for the Solar Beam. A lot of damage comes through, and that will be a KO onto Wigglytuff. And Panda Tropical, they're putting their fort forward as they protect their goal zones, but a little bit of an overextension here with a mean look. Stocked up onto a cage. And now the Unite move coming from Mew. That's perfect. Now Wigglytuff came in at the perfect time to be able to defend a goal zone, but how long can you do this for? As Panda Tropical is on a massive deficit, and how we will not be able to be successful. But Mimikyu, 40 points here,
4v1.
stacked
Maybe.
onto Ao's energy, but Trevin up
here comes Shua.
with a 4-player knockup, and Panda Tropical loses every single bit, with Delphox the only one left standing.
I thought for a second that was the opportunity for Panda Tropical to turn things around. Sure, they got the first KO against the Mimikyu, but a perfect counter engage coming in from the Trevenant was what was needed by Elevate to again get another goal zone for themselves. 318, 28, 5-minute mark.
The Phantom Force was just too good. It was unexpected. Panda Tropical was going in for a smaller, an advantageous position in a 3v1, a 3v2. And then Trevenant just came in, and that changed the tide.
And the perfect setup needed by a Zoroark to just slash through Panda Tropical's composition. Now Elevate will be on the top side, trying to secure themselves another Regieleki. Meanwhile, Panda Tropical,
5-man rotation.
Regi Ice.
Whoa, Wigglytuff just gets poked down and just gets KO'd. Now they're trying to chase him down. It's basically a 4v2. Right now, Umbreon is gone as well. Wigglytuff from the base, just a no contest. Elevate just demolished.
I don't understand, right? Oftentimes, you know, you get the snipes in from the left-hand side or from your base's side. But with the way Elevate is playing this, it doesn't matter, right? They're going to play on their strong side, on their dominant side, and will be getting objectives after objectives. Now, Elevate Unite, with this big of a lead, all they need to do now is to play defensive.
Play defensive. It's a massive lead that they have in Shua. They
Comboed.
don't care about playing passive. They want aggression, and Shua gets another KO.
Again, perfect combo. Coming in from the Zoroark, always a delight to see. One of the more flashier Pokemon that we have in the game right now. Every time I see Zoroark, I smile.
Yeah, and there's a reason why Zoroark and Comfey is a match made in heaven, and we're seeing just that. The dominance coming in for Shua, ramping up, starting at level 5, and just invading every single bit of time that he has. Constant KOs, constant fade. The Phantom Forest stacks up 4 people, and Woodhammer almost gets that KO onto Zeus and single-handedly just obliterates their opponents, and Miva came in at the back with a Shadow Sneak, and that will be the 4 KO.
Not even a play with me needed. That Delphox just disappeared, ladies and gents. And so now Elevate United will be securing more advantage for themselves. Lewis by himself has been a revelation. Sure, we can, sing the praises of Shua, but on the bottom lane, on the bottom side, Lewis has been perfect for Elevate squad, right? Like this is pretty much the same form that we saw them dominate in the prior WCS. Now on the top side, Shua trying to secure another objective for themselves. Howie
trying to make a miracle play, but will not occur. She was just so much damage, and will just be the sacrifice here. And Eva trying to pressure in on the teammates of Panda Tropico as well. Now 5v4 situation, but Wigglytuff will come back soon enough. Now Elevate is just buying time, and Venusaur with a snap of a finger, he's gone. KO'd, sent back to base.
Fireworks.
Now Fireworks trying to deal damage, but it's not enough. Once more, Shua into the flank, goes onto the target for KO once again.
And I guess it's done, right? Like, with the way things are going, Elevate will have the opening to secure another primary objective for themselves, cementing a potential win, unless Panda Tropico finds the miraculous steal, which is not going to happen, the Mystical Mirage. And Elevate Unite will just move forward, getting more points for themselves and getting more goals for their squad.
Yeah, and now with the Rayquaza buff, they're just constantly putting in points. And Panda Tropico, they may keep themselves alive for a bit, but with the level advantage, with the Rayquaza buff, I don't think there's anything that could stop Elevate.
Yeah. Even the Reggie Alecki is going to touch down. My word.
Ooh, there's just
1,000 points.
God, and Elevate once again elevating the competition.
Are they going to reach their 1,000-point mark, you think?
Like, at this point, if they do,
that's the mini game that we have here, right?
Yeah,
like, every single time that we see a very dominating one-sided affair, we are curious to see if there will ever be a 4K digit point mark. Eva.
It's basically a 5v1 at this point, but I don't think it doesn't. I think it doesn't matter at this stage of the game.
The flowery fields allowing for them to at least get more time and dunk in more points. And you're right, they reached the 1K mark.
Mew goes in with the Unite move with 10 seconds left. With a 1,030-point advantage for Elevate, I don't think Panda Tropico will be able to keep that alive, and that will be game 1, with Elevate securing the win with one step away to taking the series down.
Oh, shucks! Panda Tropico is not going to take game 1 because Elevate was just in their element here in Infinity.
Yeah, I mean, 1,090 points, 1,070-point advantage against their opponents is a feat to achieve, and thus far from what we're seeing, Series 1 and this series specifically has been so dominating. Series 2 was a bit of a different story, but is this going to be a pattern? Game 1, Game 3, Game 5 going to be dominating.
Still,
Game 2, Game 4 not gonna be?
Still within our expectations for sure, Infinity.
Oh yeah.
You know, day number 2 is where we see legends clash against each other, right? Like, in day number 1, there still is an opportunity for you to face against teams that haven't been is not as prepared as you are, and does look like the Elevate Unite again. They are known for their Zoroark compositions, right? They are known for Shua getting his own speedster with the support of the Comfy. And now, this is, again, another draft that we are going to look into day number 2. Are they going to get their hands on their patented Zoroark, or will it be respected by the better teams?
And there is a reason out of every single region from Japan to MYSG to EUNA why Zoroark has been banned 40% of the time. It's just too powerful. It's just too strong, especially with the likes of Comfey in the same lineup.
Yeah, it's very good combo to have. I guess that's one way to attack it, right? Like you see a Zoroark for a specific team, you try to take away the Comfy, but you won't be able to really do so, especially on the blue side, because you know the last 2 picks are going to be picked the same time. Like they pick Zoroark and they pick Comfy right afterwards.
Yeah,
so
it was left open. It was a freebie for them to pick it up, and it's very interesting, right? And I think at this stage, Panda Tropical could just be forced to ban away Zoroark.
right. And so now that's 1 game in the books. Elevate Unite convincingly was able to get that 1-0 advantage. We look into the highlights. And this highlights will show you how Elevate got it done at the backs of Shua and the surprising amount of damage against Shock on the Bulbasaur.
You know, uncontested, just going back and forth from that team fight. It's just too strong of a Pokemon to deal with, just because of that potential to come in a second. Their opponents are gonna get fainted just because of how much damage Shua or Zoroark specifically has in the bag.
Also, the Unite move coming in from the Comfy, clutch in saving majority of the close encounters that we've seen so far. Mystical Mirage, a lot of AoEs that can be used as a disengage, but being used offensively here by Elevate.
Yeah, and we were hyper-focusing onto Zoroark, onto Shua, but I also want to give and tip my hats off into the likes of Lugis and even Trevenant, because Lewis has been dealing so much poke damage with the solar beams and the likes that it was just very annoying to deal with. It was obnoxious to their opponents, and Trevenant was insane with the Phantom Forest time and time again all throughout that matchup.
Yeah, I guess there's a reason why their #1 priority was the Trevenant, not the Umbreon, right? Like, because Umbreon, as good as Umbreon is in any given lineup, all those format setups, that's a Trevenant job to do, right? Like, that's a Trevenant thing. And although there are flashes from Panda Tropico, they were not able to find the opening that they wanted. I thought for a second that double EV lineup will be able to find them the early game that they needed, but Shua had other plans here in Infinity, right? Like Shua against 2 of the squisher Pokemon in the game.
The thing is,
it's just a delight.
like 2 EVs are very strong into the early game, but likewise, the likes of Zoroark reaching level 5, Mimikyu, Mew, very strong into the early game as well, with the availability of Play Rough at level 4, level 5. It's very early on, and it's just so strong to deal with, and that was just something that Panda Tropico has to face.
Yeah, Panda Tropico at one point really needed to slow things down, right? Like they were getting invaded by Shua. I believe that the first nail on the top side wherein Shua was able to get a lot of experience for himself really did dictate the outcome of this game, right? Like if you give him an inch, he will be taking a mile for sure.
Yeah.
That's Shua's patent pick of Zoroark for you. For the next game though, I wonder if there will be any change of bans to try to at least answer Shua's remarkable performance on the Zoroark, or will they bait it out? Will they leave it open and try to
Like doing a double bluff?
themselves?
Like we have a counter ourselves, so pick it up for yourself.
Yeah.
We're going to have
Possible.
a different perspective coming in from that. But I'm still thinking, like, how can you make an inch into a mile? Like, is it similar to like when your backs are against the wall, you break the wall? Something like that?
I don't know, like it's a saying, right? Like
No, I'm
into
kidding.
a mile.
I'm joking.
I know. But really, the totality of our day so far here in Infinity, we have had a lot of drafts,
We did.
and almost all winning drafts that we have had. There's been there's been less
Zero
of a
to
less.
hero?
No. There's been less of similarities between the winning compositions. So we are now being allowed to really dissect into different composition and how they work and how they're supposed to work, right? Like,
Absolutely.
so moving forward to tomorrow, it's going to be a very exciting time, not just for us, but for all the Pokemon Unite analysts that we have watching right now this Philippines Qualifier. Now we're going to enter the second ban and pick for Game 2.
Yeah, it will be a scramble. It will be a scramble coming into these games, as every single series that we have on our hands are quite different from each other. There's a huge disparity, and we'll see if these teams can adjust. If Panda Tropical can adjust specifically up against Elevate Unite, as they have the switch in sides. Zoroark and Hoopa removes Slowbro and Umbreon to cancel it out as well.
Zoroark, immediate answer. You know what? We don't want to deal with it anymore. We're just going to ban it away. Panda Tropical will be securing themselves one of the stronger Pokemon that Elevate was able to use earlier in Game 1. And finally, after 5 games, Leafeon is going to join the fray.
Leafeon is one of the most banned Pokemon all throughout those 3 regions we keep on mentioning, just behind Mew. And both of these Pokemon that are top bans across different regions are going to the side of Elevate.
The long-range artillery damage coming in from Elevate Unite will be massive. The only thing that they need to do now is to find all those Pokemon that can take care of the front line, right? Like, they need separation. They need to be able to find themselves in a perfect position to at least take care of their Leafeon and Mew. But don't look, now Elevate is just going to flip the script and will go for a Dodrio.
Yeah, it could possibly be Buzzwole, it could possibly be one strong frontliner, because Elevate still needs that, but nevertheless, never going to be standard. Crustle will be the only one who will be the frontliner here, but at this point, does it really matter if Elevate has so much damage built into a composition?
It's their own variation of the double speedster composition, right? Like, you still have the Dodrio, you still have the Leafeon, and to support this 2 very fast Pokemon is a Sableye.
Yeah, it's going to be so strong, and Sableye is going to really confuse Panda Tropical on having to be worried every single minute, every single second. Is Sableye there? Because if he is, it's going to be a numbers disadvantage. It's a numbers game. Mamoswine
and the Trevenant will have their hands full right now, because Elevate just wants to separate the crowd. They don't want to face head-on against the lineups of the Trevenant and the Mamoswine. You see the damage potential for Panda Tropical, right? If it will ever be a 5v5 team fight, I really think that the damage of Panda Tropical can really dissolve the units. Can really put in the damage against the Pokemon of Elevate Unite. But if you're Elevate Unite, will you give them that 5v5 team fight? I guess not, right? Like, you're going for the skirmish after skirmish, small fights, and then just win the battle from that.
Yeah, trying to go in for those flanks, trying to go in for finding those knockouts, because you're playing Sableye, you're playing 2 speedsters, and you're playing Mew in your composition, so pretty much like team fights is not an option. The winning condition is to really snowball this game out of proportion, steamroll this game out of proportion.
Yeah, so excited to see as to how Shua will be playing this one out. Oftentimes, we see Dodrio, he's all over the map, right? Like, it does look like Dodrio will be on the central area of Elevate Unite, and then Sableye will be the nuisance. Already level 4 is Leafeon.
Too fast, too quick.
My god.
Leafeon already reaching the final evolution here. Well, we have Mamoswine in a base evolution, not really having a chance up against the likes of Mew. And at this point, you just have to stay quiet for a bit with Tempest being in danger. But Mew, once again, is there. So it's a 2v1, not quite worth the risk.
I think there's a collapse happening on the top side. It's going to be a 3v2, and that will be the first KO. Make that 2 KO for Shua.
Back and forth by Shua. Shua doing Shua things.
Similar to the Zoroark.
Game 1,
right?
yeah.
But now on the
Sableye going in, contesting the wild Pokemon. They want that. They need that experience, but Dragneel lost it. And now you also have Leafeon coming into fray. It's a 3-man rotation coming from Elevate Unite. And Dragneel in danger, incapacitated, and Shua and Miva just came in. Will be another KO as well as the bot path. They get 2 KOs out from that.
JR not yet done. Zeus going down. That's another 2 KO. Plus some more goal points. Elevate. Bottom to top. They're dominating, and so now they're also stocking up their cookies and whatnot, right? Like they need more stats for themselves.
Do they have milk?
Possibly, right? Like yeah, cereal, milk. They go hand in hand.
That's like
similar to your
Zoroark,
peanut butter and
and jelly. Yeah.
Are you hungry? Are you hungry?
I am.
Me too.
I'm hungry for a team fight. So we'll see if Elevate Unite can provide that to us, as Trevenant is already going in for the dunk, going in for the points here, but very unfortunate enough as Miva denies the fruit. And Miva will be able to take another KO for themselves.
Trevenant not too tanky. 5 points before this gets... Wait, what? They're not even going to dunk those points in. Okay, finally. All right.
They want that overcap. We'll see. Dragneel stuck in the middle, isolated. It's a 3v1. There's no escape. And Elevate dominating once more.
That's the squishiest Trevenant I've ever seen. This is what happens when you draft a lot of speedsters. Focusing on the swords, focusing on the damage. Even Howie cannot do a thing. Oh man. Again, Lewis, always very effective on the Mew pickup.
Yeah. Very capable. Onto each and every single one by Elevate. And at this stage, you also have the objectives coming up already. You have Shua onto the top path, while the rest of the crew is down into the bottom as they want to contest the objective. No potential and no space for Panda Tropical to do anything, and Elevate gets a KO onto Glaceon.
150 points disparity so far. No one is being caught out of position.
Emerald two-step goes into the back, and that will be it. Elevate once again gets a double KO, and they're looking once again for Dragneel. No sustain for the likes of Trevenant.
And now you look at the top side. Dodrio was just able to get another goal zone for himself. Another skirmish. Finally, we'll be finding one. The Glaceon will go down to the hands of JR. Miva and company securing another objective for themselves. Additional attack, SP attack to this composition. That's a match made in heaven.
That will be mayhem. Elevate Unite is elevating every single bit of competition, and their confidence is top notch. They are not faltering down any single bit coming into this game. Too much damage. Now the level disparity is going to the side of Elevate Unite. They have just so much advantage into their composition, into this game. 5 minutes into the matchup, and still Mamoswine has not yet reached the final evolution. Now Leafeon came in, full wipeout.
Shua, time and time again, alongside his teammates. Similar to game number 1, focusing down on the top side. One path at a time now. Tempest is going to get looked down here. Miva.
Oh! Wow! That was just a split second! Miva just came in, all moves it down.
Yeah.
And then Chandelier is gone.
A very squishy Pokemon. And this is what happens, you know? You give Shua this amount of lead, right? Like, he's already level 11 to level 8. That's a 3-level disparity that can really make those one-shots happen. Now, Elevate Unite, their next goal here is to just deny more points from Panda Tropico.
It's a 3-level average advantage by Elevate across the board.
The double speedster composition. This time with the variation of having Leafeon for Elevate Unite. Shua getting the Reggie Alecki on the top
Okay,
side.
the bot Pat, Panda Tropical wants points of their own. They want to turn things around, but can they do it? As Panda Tropical is holding down for our hope into taking that gold zone, but Elevate Unite is uncontested, is not going to fall down, is not holding back anything, and they will get that 3 KO. Chandelier, Trevin Nunn in danger. But now going in with a Horn Leech, keeping themselves up alive, but Crustle will be taken down, but Elevate will find the answer of their own.
A moral victory, as I would say it, because now Elevate Unite will just focus down another advantage for themselves. It does appear that the random factor is also on their side, because every single time we go over to the Reggie buff, it's the Reggie steal, right? It's additional attack, it's additional SP attack. Shua, too fast for you, my friends.
Too fast, too furious. It's always that 4-1 split. Elevate, Shua, to be more specific, having been that one player that is on the opposite sides of the map just because they have so much advantage level-wise and damage-wise into this game.
And Panda Tropico is just putting all eggs in one basket.
Shua, you're all alone here. You have to wait for your teammates to go in for the flank. It's a 4-man flank coming from Elevate. Now going in with the Emerald two-step. Miva! Miva has just so much damage. 2 already down. 1 left standing and another full wipeout.
Oh man, Panda Tropico. I understand the rationale. By the way, that's a quad KO from Miva. I understand the rationale, right? Like, they wanted to at least make a play. They're sticking as 5. But every single time, Elevate finds them in a pinch, right? They go for a flank play, and the pincer movements from Elevate Unite is choreographed right now. Infinity, right? Like, they know what to do at any given moment. So now Elevate will still have another objective to take care of on the top side. If they secure this, it will be another advantage to their side and will give them space to secure the Rayquaza, and that will be the secure.
Howie trying to deny the Reggie Alecki, but a little bit too late. Elevate will secure once again another objective with Rayquaza in the horizon as 2 minutes will be touched down as a final stretch for Panda Tropica to turn things around.
Rayquaza finally joins the fray. 500 points for Elevate Unite.
Lewis.
Another snipe down from Lewis.
Jason gone, Trevenant the only one left standing, and once again Miva secures the full wipeout.
Perfect play. Even the Mystical Mirage for celebration. Elevate Unite using the Rayquaza buff to possibly again reach the 1K mark. It's a touchdown.
No shot. We'll see how Elevate Unite just takes this up a notch. It's a sprinkle on top of their win. It's a sprinkle on top of their advantage.
That's a 90% health bar gone in an instant with just 1 Solar Blade. Shua, possibly a 1v4 moment. Finally, he needs to respect it still, right? Like, all the damage coming in from Panda Tropico can still be a handful. But Miva still playing with fire. Can he do it?
Oh, man, the soul. Can you do it? We'll be able to go in for that touchdown into the goal zone, securing one of their own. But at this point, does it really matter? It's a 800-point difference that Elevate Unite has secured.
You know the meme? Everywhere I go, I see his face. It's the same for Panda Tropico, right?
Oh,
like Iron Man. You see that, right? But it's the same for Panda Tropico, right? Like, everywhere they go, they see Elevate.
In their nightmares, in their dreams.
Right.
While they walk down the street or whatever. Surely.
Yeah, so now, JR, okay, the Unite not going to connect to anyone.
Absent glacial stage going down, but is that enough? As Leafeon with Emerald 2-step. HP is gone in a second.
Yep.
And Panda Tropica, they're going in for that touchdown onto the goal zone, but Elevate Unite just
finally
doesn't matter. And Elevate will secure Game 2, and that will secure them the series.
Yeah. I think that in that last play from Elevate, they were able to, again, successfully get the 1K mark. And there you go. 1.1K. This is what? The 3rd game, 4th game that we've seen a team cross past the 1K mark. Elevate Unite, similar as to how Talon PH did it in the first series. they're also very capable of dominating a series 2-0 for their squad.
Could be a premonition of what we can expect onto the top 8 later down the road, or even in day 2. Maybe Elevate and Talon could match it up for the grand final spot. Could possibly be still the two teams that go and fly up above to Hawaii.
Yeah. Total damage, Del, are you seeing this Infinity?
Are you kidding me?
Miva, 48% on the damage here. Leafeon things. Yeah, I really think that, you know, this is primarily one of the reasons why Leafeon is being respected by a lot of region, especially here in the Philippines, right?
Yeah. I mean, 49% ban onto Leafeon. Mew, 52.25% ban across different regions. So, I guess, you know what, this is not just a statement of why the bans have been as such into other regions as well. It's just too dominant, man.
Very, very, very dominant performance from Elevate. We are here to celebrate all the teams that has joined the tournament. And for Panda Tropico, they were one series away from securing a top 8 finish.
Yeah, so
unfortunately for them, it will be they faced against one of the
strongest teams, not just in the Philippines, not just in APAC, but in the entire
world, right? Elevate Unite has a reputation that they can stand against the best of the best teams. For Panda Tropico, we hope to see you again in the next.
We're surely gonna see them all around.
Right, exactly. And now for Elevate Unite, tomorrow is another day because they have just secured themselves a top 8 finish.
For sure, for sure. Tomorrow is another day, and tomorrow will be that deciding factor on who comes across and securing that slot. But for now, let's look at game number 2 and how Elevate elevated that competition and elevated their advantage all throughout that second match.
Yeah. It started here, like Miva getting level 4 pretty 9-minute mark, I believe. You know, the first rotation of Miva, securing him the earliest level in the game, allows for him to start the game in a very dominating fashion. And like 48% of the damage here, now you're seeing how he did it, right? Like left and right, all those solar blades hitting its mark, multiple targets per blade is like, just a beauty.
I could sit here and watch Miva play all day.
Yeah, same. Miva has turned the heads of not just, you know, the Filipino scene, but yeah, the entire world. This is the same level of play that we are accustomed in seeing from Miva, and he's really dancing to the tune of, you know, a very dominating finish.
Yeah, a melody playing at. He's going in and going through, dancing with a melody at perfect beats interval. And that sounds technical, but at this point in time, Leafeon was just that.
Right.
But of course, we're not belittling the power of Shua and of course Lewis as well with Dodrio and Mew, because they just allowed Miva to be dominant into that game.
We are going to move on to, I would say, the next series.
The next series.
With different compositions in mind. Although, again, this is still a double speedster composition. This is now twice that we've seen a double speedster composition be perfectly used by a very experienced team. And, you know, Talon PH has that in their series from earlier today. Now, Elevate Unite also is very capable in doing so. You ban the Zoroark against Shua, against Miva.
We're gonna pick another Pokemon.
They will be picking a different set of Pokemon and will be as effective.
They just have so much cards under their sleeve that they can bring out into the table here in this series. So much excitement coming in to Elevate to match up the likes of the Titans in this region, in Philippines as well, for grand finals tomorrow. But we have more games on our hands today. That's series number 3 for y'all, but we are just gonna take a short break. But when we come back, it's the next series for the day's Philippines Qualifier. Pokémon UNITE World Championship Series. And we're down to the 4th series of the day. I'm Infinity once again, and there's Autolus beside me.
It's been a very interesting day, to say the least. Two lopsided victories for the favorites. And then we have a very close second series. Now, for the rest of the way, I'm kind of predicting that we'll have our first ever Game 3.
Ooh, huge predictions, huh? And I was thinking that you were gonna say it's been 2-3 hours of the day of some Pokemon Unite action, and we're going to have more coming into the Philippine Regional Qualifier. But surely it could possibly be the first time that we're gonna see a Game 3 on our hands, considering the teams that we have teased just a while back during our break, as it will be Eason up against one of the teams as well.
Yeah, PNK, one of the, I would say, community teams that has been always present, but another Eason team trying to find their way into the top 8. Again, for the reminder of everyone, every single team that will be winning today in the stream matches will be advancing to Day 2.
Ooh, such huge stakes on the line here for the teams right now. And we've seen a while ago how Eason performed. They were insane. They were impressive to watch. So we'll see if their sister team can perform or even outperform their sister team just moments back. But as we mentioned, PNK, they have huge and rich history as well coming into competition. We've seen them play in ACL. We're going to see them once more.
Yeah, Momento. We do have the roster. JT sent SW 3 times. I think this is, more of like, if you have a pet, trying to call for your pet. Ryu, Dremt, Hiraya will be front-faced by Shiran, Gumi, Manansala, I am Katoto, and Juan Diaz. Question mark.
Question mark. He's not sure about his name, but maybe he's sure about his place later on for PNK Hiraya. But this is it. This is one of the teams. This is two of the teams that we're looking at coming in the proceeding for the top 8. Who can win this? We're not exactly sure, as two of these teams has history about Pokemon Unite in the competitive scene. It's up to the best of the best that will make it out alive in tomorrow's finals.
I remember Dremt.
You dreamt about him?
Nah, I
no?
casted him.
Oh, you casted him. I thought you drafted
Back in
him.
December, right? Like back in December, I feel that Dremt was their designated Mew player. Could be wrong though. They could have just swapped onto different roles, as that was months ago. Infinity, right? Like anything can change. But if he ever is, they are a Mew player. There is a reason why I remember a player. Right? Like that just means positive things.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say a different thing. That you'll no, never mind. Move on. I'm kidding. But yeah, the thing is, these players have been really strong. I mean, similar to the likes of Mike Ross, right? We've recalled him time and time again because he was a game changer of that era. He was the game changer of that composition. And likewise, maybe Dremt has been one of that dream player for some of these teams to come into occasion and change the tide of a matchup. So we'll see if Dream can live up to the expectation and live up to the pressure that you're kind of putting into him.
No, not really.
It's also a joke.
It's one of those things, Infinity, that if you like for example Miva, right? Like it's hard to forget a player.
Oh, for sure.
Of a caliber of Miva, right? Like and you have Shua as well. Shua was able to get a lot of attention onto his Zoro arc to a point that it got targeted away from him.
It was banned.
And there were times in where, correct me if I'm wrong, but there was a time in where Elevate also got targeted and scouted, and that Zoro arc was not allowed to, play. Now we are seeing that they have Plan B, like they have Dodrio that will be able to, will not be as effective in terms of damage, but overall impact, I say about the same.
Yeah, definitely the same, especially on the hands of Shua. As they call it, it's the player that counts on how they deliver the expectation and how they execute the specific Pokemon on their hands, and adaptability is key.
Yeah, mechanics is key for sure for players to really pull off all this. I would say hard to pull off Pokemon, but another side, the other layer to it, Infinity, is how well will your team play around you and your composition. Right?
Coordination and chemistry. We'll see if that can happen this time around for any of these two teams, as Eon Momento is up against PNK Hiraya for the series that we have, with Mimikyu immediately banned away, followed up by Gyarados.
Yeah, Gyarados is definitely going to be targeted against teams that has a very formidable top player. Hoopa will also be removed from the selection. The last ban here, Blaziken often gets paired whenever Gyarados gets banned away, but we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see, because right now there's a lot of options. Mew is available, Leafeon is
No
available,
ban.
but PNK Hiraya opted to not ban anything onto their second option. And now Eon Momento can go for Leafeon, as we have mentioned, but PNK Hiraya can answer with a Mew.
We'll see. But that is pretty much within the expectations here. Mew is a very, I would say, a very safe pick overall, especially if in 2 picks. So I'm guessing they will be drafting one of their tanks in Umbreon or
no
Trevenant.
selection?
I think we will
Ooh.
have a redraft here, ladies and gents, but we're about to find out, because
Yeah, no ban, and then Greninja coming in. I mean, it can fit in, but not exactly the greatest option that we have. And that just allowed Eon Momento to go for Mew and Trevenant, which is, honestly, looking at the stats, where stats don't lie, these are the highest win rate Pokemon in the game right now.
And for Eon Momento, getting their hands on this trifecta basically has just secured them a very formidable lineup. Whatever their last 2 picks is, it's probably just, a mix and match. For PNK Hiraya, though,
Ooh.
I am not 100% sure as to how this will turn out. I kind of want to, I kind of want to analyze this draft for PNK Hiraya, but for Eon Momento, oh man, business as usual. Double speedster composition, now running with a Comfey.
Although I was expecting a Zoroark to come through, as the Comfey was available, Zoroark was not exactly banned away, so it was an option for them to pick up, but Dodrio still fills in the slot. Dodrio is still an alternative to the likes of the Zoroark availability for Eon Momento, and PNK Hiraya answers with an Absol.
We'll see. Yeah.
Okay, there we go. You called it.
Right, yeah, exactly. I think from how the draft went on, I think it's quite obvious that
Greninja.
PNK Hiraya was not able to get what they desired for their Pokemons. I would say the first warning sign there was the no ban. Yeah, and then from that point on, everything just got cemented when the Greninja although Greninja is one of the flashier, and I hope that we get to see Greninja.
I hope not.
Why?
It's just not fitting. You have Dodrio, you have Leafeon, Glaceon. You have so much selections for an alternative. But you know what? Sure, if some team wants to go for that route, I'm not stopping you.
Yeah, well, Greninja is very fun to play as.
Okay,
for
sure.
sure, right? Like that, being able to throw your water shurikens.
Yeah.
It's basically one of those Pokemon that when you are snowballing, you can really carry the game for yourself.
100%. But here's the thing: what's your favorite Pokemon to play?
To play as? In recent times, Mr. Mime.
Okay, interesting selection.
It was one of my most effective Pokemon.
Yeah, I mean, even in competition, right? Mr. Mime has seen so much light of day. Not the topmost pick, but definitely high coming into the regional qualifiers that we've seen thus far. And of course, with a high win rate as well, over 50%. Yeah. As for me, unfortunate enough, I like Mewtwo. No, I like Mewtwo. Mewtwo X.
X,
And
okay.
the X can't be played in competition, so very unfortunate. But also fortunate for these teams because EX Pokemons are insane.
Yeah, those are also the Pokemon that you will be able to use only until Ultra, because you won't be able to use them in Master. Yeah. Good thing is that.
Yeah, but I have an alternative. Mimikyu is also like one of my favorite Pokemon to play.
Really?
Yeah, just
Okay.
because you just can go in and out of fights. You can jump into
Shadow Sneak?
Yeah, with a Shadow Sneak, it's just too good. Along with the Unite move
Yeah.
and the Player Graph that could pretty much disable and have that invisibility time frame for quite a bit.
Yep. Windows. Well, I think that was what we call, ghost frames, where you're untargetable by a sec. But Mimikyu really is one of those Pokemon that is pretty much plug and play, and that you can play. That you can play in any composition, any situation. So yeah, those are our picks, and so far we have seen Mr. Mime once. There were Mimikyus. I believe there were 2 Mimikyus.
Yeah,
Although for some reason there was this Mimikyu earlier that didn't actually have to use the play with me, right? Like every single one of his.
Yeah, they don't.
Yeah, every single one of his engages was already enough without even needing
I think it
the
was
play
Talon.
with me.
It was the Dodrio, Mew, Leafeon,
Yeah.
Mimikyu,
Right.
and Revenant or something.
That's the thing.
It's a composition.
It was
that
so
Mimikyu-
one-sided that there was a handicap. All right, I'm not going to use my Unite move.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay.
Yeah, Mimikyu was chilling on the sidelines.
Yeah.
Didn't even have to lift a finger just because of how Shua played that, how Miva played that, how Luis was dealing damage from far away, and I think that's still
That's Elevate, right?
yeah, that's still like was it?
All those members you mentioned are from Elevate.
I do apologize. It was Elevate.
Yeah.
But surely, it's a similar expectation that we have coming into the
Right.
following games and even in the composition. And it was just a big surprise for us that the Greninja was locked in. So there we go. A remake will occur.
Yeah.
So we'll see what the changes will be done here by PNK Hiraya, what the second band will be coming into Game 1.
And surely there will be discussion, right? Like proper rules and regulations will be in full effect here. We are in full confidence that our league operations team will find a fair and amicable resolution to this. Because for sure, Eon Augmento, they went on to draft whatever they wanted to draft.
It
Right?
was a solid draft.
It was a draft that, kind of gives away information to the opposing team.
Surely, sure.
So, from someone that does have some competitive background, that to me is still, that to me is something that I kind of want to fight for, right? Like, I already have
see.
my draft, right?
We'll
Like,
see.
So we'll see.
What can
We'll
happen
see
here.
what League Ops will have to say about this.
Well-
But to the viewers out there, just sit still, and we'll be back in action.
Yeah, maybe that's the reason why you're the analyst. I'm the play-by-play because you have
Possibly.
competitive experience. I don't. I'm just chilling on the sidelines, just playing my own game, playing some ranked, and
Yeah.
crying in defeat.
And plus, I've, spent like a lot of. Wait, hang on. I think we have.
We're jumping back in.
We have a positive news here. So much for our stories. The story to continue is the
Story
story
of our life.
between Amento and Hiraya. Mimikyu is going to be banned away, and Hoopa, Kiarados. This is the same 3 bans that we saw from earlier. Now Hiraya, what will be their last ban? Leafeon?
Leafeon is to be expected, one of the most banned Pokemon, but Mew can also be expected. Any of these 2 Pokemon is something that needs to be removed. That will leave Eon with the Mew opening, or even a possibility of Zoroark coming into the first pick is not really an expectation here, but Trevenant is also really good.
Yeah, one of the best defenders in the game. Not just attackiness, right? It's also being able to disrupt your opponent.
Being a menace with a Phantom Forest and just so much suppression.
Hornhammer,
Yeah.
Hornleech, Woodhammer, Blaziken! Okay, offhand band, right? Alongside Gyarados and PNK Hiraya is just so ready to bring it out alongside the Umbreon.
That's good. And now Eon Momento could opt to go in for the Mew as one of their damage dealers from far away. Could definitely be an option for them as it is. And you've called it just moments back, as Dreamt is the player that could possibly go in for Mew alongside with a Blissey. So a little bit of an extra sustain there for the composition that we have on our hands, but PNK Hiraya still looking for their damage dealer, as Blaziken could be an option, but they need more.
Yeah, Glaceon is an option. I think that, you know, the... Oh!
Pikachu!
Are you ready for some thunderstorm action here, Mr. Infinity?
Oh, I
okay,
am.
Sylveon, instead of going for the Glaceon, Sylveon is their choice here. Now for Eon Momento, Meowscarada Part 2, ladies and gents. The last time that we saw Meowscarada, he was super effective.
It definitely was, especially if given the right amount of opening, and given how Eon went in for the Trevenant and even Lucario into play, that could be an opening for the likes of Mew and Meowscarada to jump into the backside and deal so much damage.
Hey, did you know that
I did not.
Aside from aside from Mr. Mime, I really felt the joy of playing Lucario and Gyarados. But Lucario, just because of the Unite move, you know, the big ball. It's a very satisfying move, I tell you, right? Like being able to finish off your opponent and knock them down using your Unite is just super satisfying. Anyway,
is that what true love feels like?
Possibly.
The enjoyment, the happiness being.
And for Lucario, right? Like Lucario facing against Blaziken, I love it, right? Like punches being thrown and combos being thrown. This is the pinnacle of them being able to display their mechanical prowess, mechanical skilling. This is really going to be a very close game. Eon Momento versus PNK Hiraya. Can't wait.
Definitely cannot wait, because two of these compositions are drastically different. PNK Hiraya has 2 defenders, 2 attackers, 1 all-rounder. And going into the look of Eon, they pretty much have Mew as a damage dealer, they have a supporter, they have an all-rounder. It's pretty much a well-balanced draft when it comes to tackling every single role. So it's very different from both sides.
I favor no one. You know, at the end of the day, this is like the closest draft I've ever seen so far today, because both these teams have their own set of win condition. And pretty much, you know, they have their designated defender. They do have their designated supporter as well. So it will come down to execution.
Yeah, it all boils down to how these players will adapt into these situations, will be able to come through into those team fights, objectives, goals for the goals, and actually invade as well on the opposition. It's up to Eon, it's up to PNK Hiraya as we jump into game 1.
Dreamt on the Mew. I really remember good players. It's all up to Dreamt to make true of what I would say is a promise.
He's living rent-free in your mind.
Right, that's true, that's true. Now JT on the top side, again Lucario. By the way, I was looking for the word. It was Aura Cannon, right? Oh, first KO!
Skull Bash alongside with Eskin. Well, rather Eon going in with 2 members on the back. Really quick response.
Yes, they're going to be an answer back. Dreamt by himself though. And he's not going to focus in defending. Rather, will be focusing on the experience.
Now PNK Hiraya focusing solely on top pat. Wants to put down those pressure onto Lucario, onto pretty much other Pokemon as well coming from Eon. But likewise into the bottom pat, there's just similar amount of pressure from both sides.
Wait, I thought the Blaziken will be on the top side. That just stole away a lot from us, because I really wanted a Lucario versus Blaziken action, but what we got was a Squirtle or Water Turtle.
Wait, why do you seem so sad?
It's okay. So the fighting stance, it's all about, you know, the effects.
Who's the better fighter?
Right, exactly. And so now Pikachu did actually get that KO against Lucario. Have to remember that he had a lot of points with him prior to getting knocked out. So now 36 points to 21. 8 minutes and 20. Next objective will probably be the Central Birds here in the central area.
Yeah. Probably a disadvantage for Torchic though. As Lucario is already Lucario, Torchic has to go to Combusken and then Blaziken. You know, it's a disadvantage. They have to put the space apart. for the fighting Pokemon.
The thing here, though, is they have the same playstyle. I tell you, right? Like, their moveset. Wait, Toto.
They're going through. No KO thus far.
Yeah.
Going back and forth. They want to fight for those Swablues and Altarias.
Within expectations, right? 8 minutes is where the Central Birds will be, will be contested by both these teams. They know the advantage. And Blaziken, by the way, is now available for Hiraya level 7. Manansala. Can he make miracle work here today, Infinity?
Can he? Can he do it? Can he be aggressive enough to fight up against the likes of Lucario to fight here in these team fights, especially considering how Blaziken and Lucario for both sides are going to be crucial. And right now, Leafeon deals so much damage onto Umbreon, but not going to go for the all-in.
Yeah. I thought for a second that one Diaz was going in, but yeah, the flip back. Pikachu things, I guess.
Objective. Coming up in 2 seconds, and that will be something to fight for both sides here. PNK Hiraya will get first touch, but he said Momento wants to go in for KOs, and now Trevenant is gone. We're looking at the backside. Pikachu will be traded out, as that will be massive coming from Isen. And Mew will get another one. KO, and Toto in danger. Possibly be sent back into the base, and that will be it. Isen Momento wins that team fight and will be able to go in for the Ducks.
Set is now $8, ladies and gents, because he influenced that game, that team fight by himself.
Inflation?
That's true, right? Like dollars, ladies and gents. But yeah, on the outside, there is a play by BNK Hiraya, another pickoff. That is from Dreamt Mew.
That was so good. Those poke damage coming in from you. Dreamt possibly be something that I dream of later on tonight. That was so good. Those pokes, but one hammer. That will be another KO. The trade is there, but Sylveon is in danger. Set goes into the backside. The flank was perfect, and now the Unite move as Set will win it all.
This guy sat on his Meowscarada. I tell you.
Is he $2 now?
True. Later on, we'll see him $1,000 in value, because this Meowscarada has just been the difference maker for Isen Momento, right? Finding the flanking opportunities, finding the opening that is needed by a Meowscarada to be effective. So far, so good for him.
Definitely a game changer here. And right now, Isen Momento is sitting up with a 120 lead up against BNK Hiraya. It's a massive advantage, but still too early to tell who's going to take it and who's going to win it, as Rayquaza could still be that tide changer that could go into BNK Hiraya if Isen Momento makes a mistake. But they have to be wary of that, but with the 4-man rotation, I don't think they're holding their punches.
No one is shutting down Scent anytime soon, especially with how Isen Momento is playing around this Meowscarada. One Diaz and company, they know that they are in a discrepancy, and they will try to find an angle. Is this an opening?
Rapid spin.
Unite move is actually available right now for the Blastoise.
Ooh, so much damage occurred though.
Oh no!
And right now, Isen Momento will go in with a Phantom Forest, and Pikachu is down. As great now, Umbreon goes in with a Unite move as well. JT will be in danger.
That's good.
Hyper Voice just shut him out. And now Hiraya will be able to take down that 4KO. Mew trying to go back out, as this is the tide changer that we were looking for. As Trap trying to defend. Minatala is down low already with 25 points in the bag. He cannot stay there for long, but in the end, PNK Hiraya will still be successful in taking the goal.
And the counter engage. Again, Manansala finding the opening this time on that Blaziken. Action continues.
Going to the back, forces out the Unite move coming from Pikachu, and Blaziken will secure it. But Trevenant, bit of an overstep, and PNK Hiraya will send him back to the base.
And so now the momentum, the tempo is definitely on Hiraya's side. Isen needs to slow things down. This kind of this is within our expectations here in Infinity. You know, prior to this game starting, we talked about how close these two teams are. Manansala in the front.
Now going into the back, wants to get those damage out. And that will be it. Trevenant once again KO'd, but Umbreon, or better, it will be Scent, the Unite move that wins it. That team fight, Meowscarada changed it.
One floral flourish, AoE damage onto the primary targets, and Isen regains the momentum. gets a Regibuff for themselves.
And that will be huge. That will be massive. They can force out those fights if they want to. They still have that massive lead. They still have that level advantage in their favor. So with that buff, they can definitely take down Hiraya bit by bit, step by step. 3 minutes on the line with 1 minute remaining before the Great Quasar comes up.
Yeah. 3-minute notification is up, and Eon Momento, they know that they are in the lead. Hiraya is now pressured to make a play. It might just revolve. It might just come down to the Rayquaza battle that will happen in a minute or so, because it's still possible. Oh, hang on, half health for Juan Diaz. Needs to be careful. He gets scouted. He gets sniped down.
Yeah, that was too good. So much damage coming in from Dreamt. If Pikachu goes down here, it will be a hard chance for Hiraya to be able to take it.
Look at the position of Blaziken just beside Lucario, right? Like they want to flank each other, I guess, is the play here. But 15 seconds before Rayquaza spawns up.
They're starting up the fight here. Spin Toys goes in. Sylveon will be able to take KO. No more supporter alive here for Eason. And Mean Look. Stock onto Ryu. Hyper Voice. The Phantom Force will not be enough. And the Blastoise going in with the Hydro Typhoon into the backside. And Lucario, still staying alive, is going through for KO.
Meowth Karada to answer everyone's questions. He got shot down here by the Blaziken. Apparently, there still is a chance for PNK Hiraya to turn things around, but no, the Blaziken went down. Now this is a hundo waiting to happen. 100-point goal for Eon Momento.
And right now, it's Eon Momento who is on a massive lead. 1 minute and 30 seconds left for PNK Hiraya to change something up as they will force out the Rayquaza fight. Ryu going in. Mean Look stuck on a cage. Has to go away. Blastoise comes through into frame. Woodhammer and pushes him back. We'll see what they could do with the Egg Bomb, pushing them a little bit further apart from the Rayquaza pit. And thus far, Hiraya is in danger. They know nothing about what they can do coming in from this fight because they have to force something. And Toto, a little bit of a low HP state there. And KOs are coming through bit by bit, left and right. Sylveon is gone. Astrep will take it down. And Manansala trying to change something up. It's a 2v1 though. Can they do it? Boom! And they will. Eon Momento gets the full wipe.
Manansala tried his best to outplay that 1v3, but in the end, cent became $1, became $1 million. Eon Momento gets 1-0.
Oh, that was too much. That was too much inflation. $1 million for a cent.
Golden age.
How much is that? Like actually more than 1,000,000% inflation. Sure.
That's one way to look at it. Eon Momento, though, that's a very satisfying win.
It was amazing. PNK Hiraya was trying to fight for their lives there, and Eon Momento was trying to go hyper aggressive into that match. We called it. They had that opportunity. They were on a level lead. They were on a buff lead, but it was a bit of an overextension. They overstepped their boundaries, and Hiraya was able to utilize that, but not for long, as Eon Momento knew how to come back.
Yeah, I was looking for the perfect opportunity for PNK Hiraya to really turn things around. They're heavily
damage.
Yeah, so I told you, man. Like Dreamt on Mew was a player that I remember vividly, and there's a reason why I remember a player. That just, means positive news and positive things that really come out for Eon Momento squad and for Dreamt as a whole. But anyway, for PNK Hiraya, they're heavily reliant on Sheeran's ability to, go
Set
for
up the
the
fight.
perfect Hydro Typhoon.
Yeah, sure.
On the other side, though, like you have Ryu being the more proactive one. Almost all of his Phantom Forest has been, or were hitting multiple members. Juan Diaz on the Pikachu. Okay, can I say it? I really felt that Juan Diaz was not able to showcase what a Pikachu is capable of doing in a game.
And I echo your thoughts there. The thing about Pikachu is that you need another Pokemon, you need your teammates to be able to give you space. Yeah. Because that Unite move, it's really strong. Yeah. It's really strong when you think about it into a full-blown team fight.
Right.
It's massive, but if you're a team that is not able to give any space for your Pikachu, it's not going to be big.
Yeah, it's
going to be small.
Yeah, let's look at Juan Diaz and company. This was the first KO, right? But lots of highlights. I think this was the earliest highlight that you can hope for from Scent. This was when he evolved into a dollar, because he was definitely getting his
So
hands
banking on that inflation, yeah?
Yeah, banking on it, exactly. So, by the way, again, Meow's got a very flashy and a win in the hands of a very remarkable player. You can see the potential, right? Like, again and again, highlights after highlights. It's none other than Scent.
Yeah, I guess. And then Salah kept San? Oh wait, JT. It was JT. I was thinking.
Yeah,
Yeah. But you know what? We did not see that 1v1 fighting Pokemon fight. Unfortunate.
Yeah. But we saw, a glimpse of what Manansala can do on the Blaziken.
Oh yeah.
Like that.
Oh yeah. He's really strong. He's able to
1v3, right?
1v3 and even a patience game as well.
Yeah.
As you called it, onto the Rayquaza fight.
Yeah, I was thinking that, Manansala, the Blaziken is one of those Pokemon that you won't be able to really maximize if you don't know it move per move.
Yeah.
But Manansala is just, I would say, a very gifted player on this Pokemon, and might just still be the focal point moving forward.
For sure. And the thing is, like, Blaziken is not even a bad Pokemon as well. It's actually really amazing if you think about it, because you have 22 picks overall. You have, 19.40% ban rate? Overall, in various regions, it's 52.24% total pick ban.
Lots
It's
of
really good.
numbers. Yeah, lots of numbers.
Oh,
for
sorry.
sure, right?
Stats.
But yeah, Manansala, again, this final highlight moment.
It was
that
good.
Back, right, exactly. Had it
so
been
good.
that it was just a 2v1 scenario and there won't be any other Pokemon that will try to intervene, that might just have been, the best highlight for PNK. But PNK, again, it was still close in my opinion, right? But Eason was still able to find the place that mattered.
Yeah, pretty much the tipping of the scales are going to be Rayquaza. If PNK Hiraya was able to match that and was able to pressure and force that objective, they definitely can turn the tides. Unfortunately enough, they were not able to do so, but I do really agree. Manansala was so close. If he had that extra HP to go the distance, he could definitely take down those double KO.
Yeah. We'll see. Game number 2, very exciting time, because I can see it. I can really see it.
There we go.
If there's a series that will go the distance, it's this.
It's
series.
this?
Yeah.
For sure. It's really, really...
They're very close, man.
They are.
The numbers do not speak for themselves, right? At the end of the day, how they played it, they played to their strengths, and there were, weaknesses that got exposed. But then again, let's enter the drafting phase.
Yeah, Gyarados, Meowscarada removed, Leafeon, as expected, is removed by Eon Momento as well. But Mimikyu coming into fray as a ban for the side of Eon Momento. And Hiraya could opt to go for Mew, could go for Hoopa if they want to. That will be an option, but instead still backing on the Blaziken to Manansala.
The Manansala effect, ladies and gents. And for the set, though, he has to go for another option. We saw their draft from earlier. We know that they are willing to go for a Dodrio draft. But with how things have opened up here for Eon Momento, they already have a comfort pick for Dreamt in the Mew. And also a very reliable defender in the Trevenant.
And I feel like they need a supporter. There we go. Hiraya needs a supporter, because that is what they lacked in the prior game when it comes to that strong out power. There's no one to support Manansala into those big and massive fights. With a Hoopa availability this time around, Blaziken could go in for reset, full HP. If that happened in game number 1, they could definitely take that win.
Will also allow for Blaziken some breathing space on the top side if he ever chooses to go to the top side, because we saw the variation by Hiraya. They elected to go bot lane Blaziken. Now the Blissey will still be joining on Mento's side. And to further their crowd control heavy team, they added Blastoise to the mix out of Trevenant.
Yeah, they're putting it into their favor into their composition.
Really?
In comparison into the prior game, where Hiraya was able to take it down, but Hiraya still needs those suppression, still needs those hindrances, because as of the moment, they pretty much only have Umbreon to deal the majority amount of the suppression in this composition.
Yeah. This is where I would say the wild card effect of Hoopa comes in, because Hoopa does not really have the best crowd control in the game.
They don't.
But you know what, the other things that he offers into a composition is pretty much the answer to the lack of crowd control, right? Like again, the best crowd control is to knock them down.
Yeah, in simple analogy as well, Hoopa is pretty much the true definition of a macro game.
Yeah.
It gives you the macro advantage to win them. All we've seen its power back in Series 1 or Series 2 wherein they had the Hoopa, 4-1 availability came to life and it was just too strong.
Yeah.
Objectives came left and right, came running into those teams, and that could definitely happen for Hiraya, and that could definitely take this into 3 games.
Scissor will be picked up last here by Eon Momento. Let me guess, this is going to be a Scyther. It's not often that we see Scissor. And if you have Scent playing it, oh man, this is
Another inflation or a deflation this time?
I don't know. Let's check the trade up value. If it's going to be a trade up or a trade down value, we're going to witness game number 2 in a very, very short while. Again, the draft looks pretty much equal to me. It really depends as to who gets their upper hand or gets their execution better. And for PNK Hiraya, I really think that their X factor right now is this Hoopa.
Yeah, and likewise, in a bigger perspective, on paper, they look similar. But for me, I feel like PNK Hiraya has a much greater early game power compared to Eon Momento. You have the Talon Flame, you have the 2 EVs that they have, Umbreon and Sylveon that they could utilize coming into the early matchup, wherein Eon Momento still needs to ramp up, right? They need Trevenant to hit that level 5, level 7. They need a Blastoise to hit that level 7 as well to be able to reach that final evolution. So there's just a lot of things to consider for Eon Momento to slow down the pace coming into the early game.
Still though, Momento, if given the access to a full drawn-out team fight, Blissey assistance attached onto a Scyther, oh, that's full potential realized. Looks like that we will finally have the Torchic on the top side, the Blaziken.
They heard you.
This is pretty much, you know, the natural habitat for the bird.
Ooh, natural habitat. I like that bird. Cool.
Is it a bird or is it a chicken?
Ooh.
Is it chicken?
I'm taking an argument now.
I guess the same answer is that they are all Pokemon, right?
yeah. The safe answer. They're
Pokemon?
They're Pokemon,
right?
for sure. But right now, Eon Momento, you're now looking at Scent here, already at level 5.
Early
so
3v3.
that upgraded moveset is already capitalized. Gumi coming in, takes those Swablues down in a blink of an eye. That's really good. Gets those levels, gets those XPs. Now Torchic evolved to come to Scan this time, and that'll be really good to ramp up the pace here fight by Hiraya.
Yeah, no hold whatsoever for Eon Momento, right? And so there's no way for them to actually start a fight. Now Dremt against 2.
He's in danger. 2v1. Hyper Voice. Getting so much damage.
Here comes the support.
Down to a single HP. Oh, this pressure has to force out the Surf to be able to run back. Ooh.
Oh, okay. That was
too close for comfort.
Yep, that's true. Had to sidestep away from the Pierce coming in from that wild Pokemon. Anyway, so far, Eon Momento still by maximizing on their goal. Wait, hang on, one Diaz.
Talon Flame and going back, they already got what they came for, and that will be Hoopa with Hyperspace Hole.
Yep.
That brings back his teammate to life with max HP rather. Now Mana and Sala in danger with Ryu going in for the face check, finds that information, and Talon Flame
that's good.
Came through, so much damage, and SW is down the KO.
What?
Is that good?
You had to do it, right?
I had to do it.
Oh man, the Blissey just got caught out of possession by that. Look, 3-man.
Woodhammer as well to be able to push back. Delay that engage, but Eon Momento trying to fight back.
Boom.
They will get 1 KO. And now Gumi is forced to retreat. They have to run away. They have to retreat. Seth is in danger. 1 HP left standing.
No
but
way.
They're still keeping up with the Blissey in their favor. Now Gumi found out onto the bush. Deals so much damage. They go in for the counter engage. 2 KO in their favor. And Trevenant is running away. Ryu is in danger, but with a Woodhammer, that's really good. Horn Leech trying to push them into his teammates onto Mew, but will not suffice.
Gumi! What was that? He just basically won that for themselves, and now, after securing Regice, Dreamt is going to be caught out of position.
Phantom Force goes
Bam!
in. Talon Flame once again. It's Blissey who's gone. It's a 3 KO for PNK
Hyperspace
Hiraya.
Hole.
And they're not stopping anytime soon. As Ryu and JT, the only one that's standing to defend the goal. But Ryu is pushed back out of the goal zone. And that will be it. One last standing. The Hydro Typhoon goes for the knockup. Won't be able to retreat. Goes for the sustain with the fruits. But Hiraya forced to back away. They're already able to get those KOs that they wanted. And now the Hyperspace Soul will just be there as an extra precautionary measure in the end. Hiraya will come back out as they do not want to go for the fight.
Clutch defense though from JT, right by himself. Spin Toys into the Hydro Typhoon, was able to stop the goal from going down. On the top side though, Regieleki, Manansala, can they secure it?
They will. They will take it down for themselves. Hiraya, another objective secured. But fortunately enough, for themselves, it's Eon Momento who's still in a massive lead, over 50 points in their favor.
Can they touch down? I believe they can. It's a very short
Talon Flame
distance.
goes in the back. Blastoise is deleted. KO'd and sent back to base. Regieleki touchdown onto the goal zone. An opening for Hiraya to go in and destroy it. They do, and they get it. Eon Momento fighting back. 4 KOs already with a Hoopa left standing alone in the sidelines into the bottom pad. And Eon Momento could go in for another goal.
The counter punches still continue for Eon Momento. Back and forth. PNK Hiraya try to go and capitalize on that Regieleki touchdown. Sure, they were able to do so, but in return, the retaliation by Eon Momento is just enough for them, not just to secure multiple KOs, but also secure themselves a lot of points. And now, 40 points separating the two teams, 4-minute and 30 mark.
Eon Momento slowing down the pace. Wants to not make any mistakes. 4 minutes and 30 seconds into the matchup, and Regice already into the game. So it's a fight for objective. It's a fight for Regice.
I just noticed that Manansala is piloting a different character now, a different Pokemon, right? Like, he's piloting the Sylveon, and there is someone else using the Blaziken. We're going to look back into that real quick. Gumi going for another play!
Fighting for the objective. Wanting to go for it. Going for the all-in! And that will be Umbreon falls down. It's a KO. It's an advantage for Eon Momento. Rings and bound has to be forced down. They're going for the fight. And Mew goes in for the line move as well. Trying to go in for the damage. And they snipe down the Hoopa. They get KO'd, but PNK Hiraya will not falter as they fight back. 3 KO for themselves as well. Regice will be the eyes of the prize. They want to take it down. Eon Momento loses one of their members once again. And PNK Hiraya will secure it.
Regice, additional HP regen and more opportunity for them to slam more points.
Dreamt is here. Ryu as well, defending the goal zone, going for it.
Ryu.
Hyperspace Hole will bring down the Blaziken back to base.
That's the wiser play, right? Like, they committed a lot of Unites just to secure the Regice. And they need to slow things down. They need to reset. They need their cooldowns. But Gumi, man, like, he was a little bit too aggressive right there and then. And the punishment for Eon Momento was there. Luckily for them, PNK Hiraya was not ready.
Brings him down to be able to bring his teammates
Blastoise is down.
to the bottom pad. It's a full 5-man rotation coming in from PNK Hiraya. It opens up Dreamt to go in for the goal zone on top side of the stadium. And right now, Talon Flame trying to deal so much damage. Ryu in danger out of the goal zone. No more shields, no more sustain, and that will be it. As that will be a KO for PNK Hiraya. Fighting this in a 3v5. Now Dreamt comes into play as that will be a better option for them. Fights that 4v4. Sheeran in danger. Spin Toys dealing damage, but will not be enough. Talon Flame into the backside, and JT will be able to go for that push, but Eon Momento still holding on. PNK Hiraya trying to run away. Woodhammer will not connect, and that will be it. Eon Momento will just go for the 1-for-1.
That solar beam, getting the backside of the Mew was what was unanticipated by Gumi. He went down. The Rayquaza is going to spawn up here. And it looks like that they are going desperate here, Infinity.
I'm Toto. Going in. Backside. It will be the Blaziken. Now, Hyperspace Hole as well. Just to be there for those resets to occur, but will not go for anyone.
Electro Ball. That's a good poke. But again, the power of Hoopa, full display here. PNK Hiraya fighting for their tournament life.
Eon Momento knows that they have the advantage. They can play it a bit more safe, a bit more defensively into this pit. And it is PNK Hiraya who has to force it.
Yeah. Again, Blissey's assistance on
Ryu,
towards Scyther.
overstep, mean look, stuck in a cage, incapacitated, and that will be it! Ryu is gone, but Talonflame is KO'd as well, and Eon Momento is now steam rolling! Blaziken, the only one left standing, and Jiren is gone! Eon Momento secures the full wipe!
Sure, they got the Trevenant, but the Trevenant again with the Phantom Forest was able to buy himself enough time. Eon Momento gets the Rayquaza and will force a Game 3.
And that will force the win for Eon Momento. PNK Hiraya will bring out the white flag, and that will conclude the series of Eon Momento's dominance in the game.
Yeah, I thought for a second that Trevenant was a little too far forward, but then again, the main difference there, Infinity, we have to remember that there was one time in where Ryu had the perfect opportunity to use the Phantom Forest at around 2 minutes and 30 mark in the bottom area. But guess what? He held back. He knew that the Phantom Forest will be needed for the Rayquaza battle, and man oh man, it clutched the team fight in their favor.
It definitely did. Ryu was wanting to start up onto those team fights onto Rayquaza pit, and PNK Hiraya took the bait, and Momento pounced, and they were able to take the full wipe. In the end, they're able to take the Rayquaza and conclude in a dominant fashion.
Sorry for one blunder. No Game 3.
No worries. I mean,
it's a 2-0.
with how close that is, anyone could expect Hiraya to be able to get that, put this into a distance of the 3 games. Nevertheless, such a fantastic game to watch, and I'm just in awe.
Yeah, it's, I really think that the MVP in that play was Ryu setting the team fight, what was needed for Scent to go in. And again, the Blissey's assistance. I wasn't able to catch if the Blissey's assistance was on the Scyther, but surely, right? Well, like, given the composition, it makes perfect sense for the Blissey assistance to be attached onto one of your primary offensive weapon. And Scent on the Scyther was able to clean things up, allowing for Eon Momento to secure the Rayquaza and the victory.
And you're looking how close it was coming in from that game. 47-17 and 2 minute mark, 117-52. Wasn't that close, but coming down into 6 minutes and 8 minutes where it really bit so close for both sides with an only difference of 50 points. But of course, as we have seen, as we can recall, Eon Momento just dominated that final Rayquaza fight in a very exciting sight to behold, with a bait of a Trevenant in the front.
It was super close. It was super close. And again, we're going to dissect this bit by bit as we move towards highlights. 1DS, by the way, on that Hoopa. Earlier in game number 1, he was the Pikachu, and then now has decided to play supporter, play the Hoopa. Although this is not the the cleanest performance from PNK, there were flashes of their brilliance, right? This was the play by Gumi.
Yeah.
Gumi with a go signal to just go all in and do massive amount of damage onto 3 unsuspecting members of Ison. Was enough for them to gather the momentum that they needed, and sure, right, like Ison was able to at least secure still more points. I think the most valuable play for Ison was how long were they able to defend this bottom lane goal, right? Like, it's like the immortal goal for Ison.
It took ages, it took decades to be able to come down. And it was a really good defensive play just because they have the double defender, right? They had the Trevenant, they had the Blastoise to be able to push back their opponents. They even have Blissey for that a little bit of sustain along with Mew with that poke, and that just allowed him so much space and so much time to be able to be bought and pushing back PNK.
That's nice. Right, that was
crazy.
That was clean. He needed to use the E-check button to reposition the Solar Beam to get ahead of the Hoopa. And also at one point, you're seeing this was the play I was talking about, right? Like Ryu got knocked down, but without using the Phantom Forest, and that was definitely the play. Right? This was the final play. Ryu, Phantom Forest, and not shielding. And then you have SWSW just going in. I'm trying to look as to who got the Bleez's assistance, but surely it should be one of the offensive Pokemon.
Yeah, the Phantom Forest, you called it. I didn't even notice that smoothly coming in from that final fight just because everything's happened too quickly. And that Phantom Forest exactly in the middle of every single one from their opponents.
Yeah. Phantom Forest is that one Unite move that can really turn things around, similar to the effect of Hydro Typhoon, right?
Yeah.
But, you know, when used that effectively in where they thought for a second that they already had a Trevenant in the bag and then just pulling out the counter punch right then and there, it turned the team fight over.
Yeah, it tipped the scales into one side or the other, but that's pretty much Series 4 for the day's Philippines regional qualifiers. We've seen so much differences, so much similarities as well when it comes to those landslide victories, but that's it for now. We can expect more for later on as we have more games after the short break. Once again, I'm Infinity and this Oculus. We're just going for a bit of a short break, but when we come back, it's another series in our hands. And this is it. Once again, Pokemon Unite World Qualifier. And now we're down to the 5th series for the day.
Lassen Fox versus Last Hope for the last game today.
Ooh, those bars, absolutely
It's
phenomenal.
the last game, Infinity. And again, for the upcoming match, it's just so exciting to be present for day number 1. For day number 2, it will be featuring the top 8 teams. So whatever we have today, we're going to savor it, study it, because tomorrow is going to be a banger.
It's going to be another day. It's going to be where all the stakes are on the line, or as you may, all the stakes are grilling. But that's pretty much it, right? Top 8 for today will proceed into the grand finals tomorrow, where it all boils down to the top 2 who goes to Hawaii.
The dream for every Pokemon trainer out there right now, at least for this year, is to be part of the party that will be traveling over to Honolulu, Hawaii to represent the region, right? To represent the Philippines for the upcoming WCS main event. And we saw how many slots were provided to different regions, right? Lucky enough for the Philippines, we have 2 that we're going to send over. Can't wait, right?
Definitely cannot wait. And at the moment, as we are sitting right now, there are already 2 teams that came through into the World Champions Series as they secured a slot. It's Team MY, it's Team MYS, and also Team Fusion. But of course, today, the losing teams can still come through for the last chance qualifier, Asia Pacific East. The entry period will span across April 19 up until May 16, where in the event day will come across at May 18 and May 19.
Wait, so nah, it's April 19 was a long time ago, Infinity. So they have until May 16 to register, and the event will happen on the 18th, 19th. Is that next week? I think that's next week.
If I check my calculations correctly, yes, it is.
Next week. And for the next week's event, of course, I guess for the teams that are aspiring to still be part of the momentous Honolulu, Hawaii WCS, one more opportunity for the rest of the squad. Surely, Okidogi will be registering there.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. Team YS just dominated the arena in MYSG qualifier. So definitely those teams that came through in a runner-up position have a chance, have a shot towards the LCQ to fly across the globe into Hawaii. So once again, for the teams that were not fortunate enough able to make it to top 8 here today for the Philippines regional qualifier, they still have a chance for the LCQ.
One more opportunity to be part of something great, to really still be part of that dream. Then again, we move on, right? One last series. Last Hope versus Lassen Fox. Last time when we casted Lassen Fox, they were definitely putting a show, right? Like they were really trying to poison their way on towards the playoffs. Last time out, they were very promising. The potential is there, and we are still seeing familiar names all across the board. Kiawe, Keikura, Kaide, Kiwi, and Sway will be manning for Lassen Fox.
We've seen them perform in the competition in ACL last year, and they definitely are here to win it all. And of course, their opposition will be Last Hope with Yelia, Kafkaski, Zeku, Reg-An, Ramsey, and Boat.
Okay, you are Boat.
Yes, I am.
You know what?
Well, he
boat,
is.
You know what Boat means in I would say modern words or modern
Ship?
time? No, it's best of all time.
Ooh, that's the first time I've heard of that. Because I know GOAT.
Yeah, but Boat is also one way to instill full potential in yourself. Kafkaesque, by the way, is
Kafkaesque.
that's going to be the second player for Last Hope. Yeah.
Yeah.
Zeku, Ramsey, Yelia, Last Hope. Let's see if the Last Hope will really prove to be the last team to enter.
If it will come into fruition as Once again, top 8 will be the only one standing coming into the grand finals for tomorrow, and only 2 teams out of the Philippines Qualifier will secure a slot for the World Championship Series in Hawaii. So really all stakes on the line. And of course, the lion's share of the prize pool that we have for the regional qualifiers.
Yes! We are going to enter the pick and ban phase. Lassen Fox, Leafeon will be their first ban here, ladies and gents. Actually, it's the other way around. Lassen Fox will be on the right side and Last Hope will be on the left one.
Yeah, Leafeon.
Hopefully we get to correct that real quick.
Leafeon, Gyarados removed, Umbreon removed as well. Still a lot of opening here. Mew can be prioritized by Lassen Fox. Hoopa still open. What are you gonna ban here, Lassen Fox?
Trevenant?
Could possibly be.
Just because of the impact of Trevenants. Oh, Mew is going to be targeted away. So no Mew, no Leafeon. Trevenant is open for the taking for Last Hope.
Yeah, Trevenant, Hoopa, that's it, you called it. Last Hope will secure the Trevenant in their favor. Right now, what would Lassen Fox pick up?
Yeah, so there are still lots of opening. I was about to say Lassen Fox could still go for the double speedster composition, but with Blissey and Blaziken being drafted here, that just means one thing. They're going to for the standard, team fight, skirmish heavy composition. So for Last Hope, they will be going for the Clefable and the Delphox. Delphox, also one of, I would say, very safe Pokemon to play as or to put into your composition. However, I'm not 100% sure if this is 100% accurate. I think we have yet to see a Delphox winning a game today.
Ooh, I'm not really sure with 100% confidence, but Delphox is definitely having a hard time right now.
Right, exactly, right? So from memory, right on top of my head, I feel that Delphox have not yet won a game, at least in our stream matches, right? For Last Hope, though, they're going to pair their first 2 picks with the Sylveon and the Crustle. For Last Hope, oh, I'm getting confused just because of the name upstairs. But yeah, guys, do not be confused. Lassen Fox on the right, Last Hope on the left.
Yeah, and right now we're finishing up the draft that we have in our hands. As Last Hope will secure their final 2 picks with Glaceon and Venusaur in their favor. So a very attacker-centric composition. Offensive one to say the least. And Lassen Fox, Zoroark is open and definitely can change the tide.
Okay. This Zoroark, not within our expectations, because oftentimes, when we see Zoroark, it should be paired with a Comfrey. However, with Bliss assistance coming in from the Blissey, potential is there. Yeah, potential is there. Although from numbers, you did crunch the numbers, Infinity.
Yeah.
Zoroark is most effective when paired with a Comfrey.
It's always those final 2 picks wherein if it's left open, it could get picked up more so into the purple side, into the draft composition. But considering how it went down, Lassen Fox is still in a contention here for one of the strongest Pokemon in the game. Considering as 40% of the time out of every single matches across regions, Zoroark is one of the most banned Pokemon. So definitely Comfrey. Very unfortunate that it's not a part of the composition for Lassen Fox, but it doesn't matter.
Last Hope, lots of AoE damage instilled in their lineup, right? Like Venusaur, Verdant Anger, Delphox, Fanciful Fireworks, right? Even a Trevenant to set everything up. For Eldegoss, it will just be there, or his role right now for this particular lineup is to just provide support as to whoever will be engaged on. We have to remember, the Eldegoss also does back a little bit of damage for the supporter role. So now we're going to enter game number 1 here in Finty.
Yeah, we are jumping into game 1 of the series. Lassen Fox up against Last Hope. And the thing is, expectedly, right, the likes of Blissey, the likes of Clefable, the likes of Comfrey will see more pick rate across regions, but truth be told, it is Eldegoss who is the most picked supporter. So definitely speaks volume on what it can provide for the team.
Times have changed, Infinity, because back in the day it was Hoopa, right? Like
Hoopa as well.
The number 1 option. Oh, by the way, our first KO goes over to Group 2, the Glaceon. And I believe that the Glaceon is on the purple team.
Yeah, it will be Last Hope who has the Glaceon in their favor. And Chansey can't do nothing here onto the top side of the map, especially considering that Torchic has still not evolved, has still yet to see the combo scan evolution. But for now,
Blaziken just, yeah, I would say, the more satisfying picks, at least for today. Every single time I see a Blaziken, flashy things happen, right? Okay, all right, finally.
Yeah, Crustle here into the bottom pad as well, Rock Tomb. And that will be very obnoxious down the road.
Okay. All right, Central Birds, and finally we got everything corrected. Glass and Fox, by the way, on the right. There is still an opening for their Zoroark to finally make his presence felt. He is still farming right now as we speak. And Kiwi will be the one to provide the nuisance here with the hyper voice. Just trying to be annoying here and there alongside with the Blissey.
Yeah, and at this point, it's just Lass and Fox who's giving a lot of space onto Zoroark. Expectedly, Zoroark is going to farm, or well, rather level up and gain experience up until level 7 before he jumps into those team fights.
The power spike for Zoroark for sure. Meanwhile, Sway being left for himself here on the top side. There will be a contestant on the Central Birds, and as we are seeing, that was a very quick clear, by the way. That Zoroark, of course, known for his AoE damage, was able to get and snag away all this experience for himself. Very solid and quiet early game, at least for our last match here at Vinti.
Yeah, and look at the patience game coming in from Lass and Fox. Almost level 7 already in a moment's time.
Oh, both
will occur, but very unfortunate.
Yeah.
As that will be Last Hope, who has sights on Keikura.
Are they going for a trade here? Possibly, but Sway will be getting majority of the experience for the Birds.
Already level 7, going aggressive here, but stuck and pincered. And that will be Zoroark, who is pinned down. Last Hope will be able to take that last hope for Zoroark to be able to take those eliminations and KOs.
Yeah. And this is the in-your-face Venusaur providing damage while also being able to sustain just by using all his moves. And right now, open for the taking is the Regiel Lucky Last Hope. Good move so far.
And this is the reason why Zoroark actually needs Comfey in a sense. It doesn't need to be in the same, it doesn't need specifically, but on paper it actually requires it just because of how Zoroark can be a glass cannon in game.
It just so happened that Bliss Assistance is not going to be available very early in the game, right? Like, you need to have the Unite available. There is a play being planned here by Lass and Fox on the top side, and I believe they will be able to secure some gold, similar to how Last Hope is doing everything that is correct on the bottom lane. That will be the goal zone getting destroyed.
Yeah, the Registeel up for contestation here for Last Hope. If they take it down, that will give extra damage capabilities for the top hat, wherein Last Hope is trying to go in for the defensive plays. But Lass and Fox, once again, with that utmost pressure onto the top hat, will be able to get that KO on the Glaceon, but will not be successful into pushing the second goal zone.
Yeah, 100 points separating the two. I feel that Lass and Fox is still within reach on this game, right? It's not going... Sure, Last Hope is in the lead, but Lass and Fox is slowly scaling up. And we all know how scary Zoroark is given the opening. The only concern I do have for Lass and Fox is that they don't have any way to hold down their opponent, right? They don't have the Blastoise that can cast the Hydro Typhoon. They don't have the Phantom Force. So they will have to heavily rely on the counter engage option, right? They will need to wait for Last Hope to make the first move.
Yeah, and Lass and Fox just doesn't have anything to really give out for. As you have mentioned, like the hindrances suppression, it's not available.
It's non-existent
for Lass and Fox compared to Last Hope, wherein they have a lot. They have Trevenant, they have the likes of Eldegoss as well with a massive team fight Unite move. So we'll see how they can do this. Keikura jumps into the back.
CCC
as Venusaur has just received so much damage. They have a lot of sustain as well. Last Hope secures the Regieleki, and Lass and Fox is down to retreat. But Blissey is stuck. pinned down. That will be a KO for Last Hope.
And this is the thing, right? Like that.
Sakura trying to make a play, goes into the backside,
Oh,
goes for
okay.
one, but gets traded immediately after.
Possibly a second KO from Kiwi, converting that into a knockdown. Eldegoss goes down. But man, like with all the effort that Last and Fox is putting out, I really feel that this is a hard game for them to win. It's
very hard.
mainly because they don't have any way to start a team fight, right? Like Gekura being the first one to try to target down the Regieleki, and all of a sudden his health bars disappeared in an instant. So he kind of needs some form of a help if Last and Fox wants to win this game.
Yeah, and on top of that, adding fuel to the fire is that Zoroark is a very, very glass cannon, a glassy Pokemon, but has so much damage. But that's on top of one of the difficulties for Last and Fox all throughout this game. But they're able to turn things around. And just like that, they come back.
Wait, what? Last and Fox goes unchecked on the top side and was able to overtake for the lead. Never mind what I said. They could just go for points, I guess.
But, like, the truth be told, the statement still holds true.
Right.
It's just very difficult for Last and Fox, especially coming down into the Rayquaza fight. We're in. Who's going to contest Last Hope? If they want to go all in for the Rayquaza, Last Hope could go for the counter engage and go for the Phantom Forest. Now Last and Fox can't do nothing.
For Last and Fox, it's all about the counter punches, right? On the top side, the Regieleki will spawn just in time. But if you're Last Hope, it's okay, right? Like, you can give it away. We'll see, though. Teams are already converging on the top side.
Yeah, right now, readying themselves up. Yeah, the Paddle Dance coming in from Venusaur to just get that extra damage from their opponents. Now Horleech goes in on the Crustle, pinned down. Keikura is down low already. Has to go in for the Blizzard System, but will not be enough. There's nothing in comparison, as that will be Zoroark who falls down. Last and Fox with a number 6 advantage cannot go for the Regieleki, and Last Hope will secure it.
And now they will try to escort this Regieleki on the top side. 12 seconds before the Rayquaza spawns up. The concern continues for Last and Fox. How are they able to start a fight? They don't have any way to engage.
Oh, Rock Tomb denies that retreat, coming in from Last Hope. Phantom Forest already on the tree as well. But Last and Fox, one of their members, is isolated as Kiao is onto the backside. But looking at it, 3 KO already for Last Hope as Keikura went into the flank. And that was massive! Trevenant, the only one left standing, and Last and Fox secures the 4-1.
The best counter punch you can ever imagine. Kiawe in the front of everyone, soaking a lot of damage. And the final Pokemon to go in was the Zoroark.
Keikura won it all. It was Keikura who was the winning condition of Last and Fox, and his role was exactly done by the player himself to win the game.
Exactly, right. Like he was supposed to be the last Pokemon to go in. Anyway, Sway trying his best to survive against 3. He will be successful in doing so. And a hundo from Last and Fox. Everything is for formality. Kiawe already did a very good job. Last and Fox, from the jaws of defeat, was able to turn things around.
Clenching for the hopes into turning the game, and they absolutely crushed it. Last and Fox taking the objective from down under the hands of Last Hope. It was Last Hope who were hoping to win it, but Last and Fox definitely just uncharacteristically just changed it. They take the win for themselves.
I know we've been questioning the draft of Last and Fox, mainly because not because of the composition that they are running, right, but because of the difficulty of how to accomplish what they wanted to accomplish. But the cards stacked in their favor, right? Last Hope went over eager. They tried to make a play. Yeah, sure, that's a last-ditch effort for Last Hope, but I don't think it will be enough. Last and Fox should still have this in the bag.
Yeah. If you're looking at how it turned out, it was Last Hope who, in the initial part of the game, had the massive advantage. But Last and Fox, that top hat, getting that second goal zone unchecked. They get the lead, and it was Last Hope who was forcing down the Rayquaza objective, and Last and Fox just pounced them with Keikura on the front.
I really think that Last Hope should still look back into this game number 1. Don't get tilted, because they were doing everything correctly for the first 7 minutes of this game. Sure, the victory went over to Last and Fox, but with how Last Hope drafted this, had it been that they did not go over eager in trying to take down Kiawe, of all Pokemon, you try to take down a Crossolik and just use his Unite move for maximum defenses. He was able to soak in a lot of damage, and again, for Kaide, for Sway, for Kiwi, they were the backup needed for Keikura to finish everything.
Keikura was just left unchecked. Time and time again, that flank coming in from Zoroark, if left unattended, could really just deal so much damage. That's
Finally,
pretty much the,
right?
That's the attribute of a Zoroark. Damage, damage, damage. No defensive capability, but damage is there.
Yeah.
And he was able to fill that role. Absolute phenomenal. What a finish. What a master class it is for a Zoroark player.
Keikura got picked off, right? Before the Rayquaza battle.
Before it happened.
Do you think it was intended?
For the Unite move to really charge up faster?
For Keikura, it was intended in a way to give Last Hope
that
the false sense of security. Because again, for
layers upon layers of psychological maneuvers.
The 5T chess, I guess. Because for Last and Fox, it makes absolute sense, right? For Zoroark to be the last one to go in. The I don't know if this is a technological term or whatever. First in, last out. You have to be last in, last out.
Okay, I think that's the opposite to how goods are placed on display.
Exactly, refrigerator.
It's supposed to be like
first in, first out. Right?
Yeah, it's supposed to be first in, first out.
Right. And then you have this is
flip the script.
Yeah, flip the script. You have to be the one last to go in as a Zoroark.
Yeah, but overall it was amazing. Last on Fox, I think that was the true definition of persistence coming in from this team. That they really held through it. They were just holding on to the hope that they could change the tide of the game. If we're looking at the whole graph, right?
Yeah.
It was Last Hope who was at an advantage up until 6 minutes.
Yeah, and at the 8-minute mark, we're going to go back into that real quick as we look into the highlights. But at the 8-minute mark, we have to remember there's a Regieleki marching down the top lane, right? Yeah. When the Rayquaza did spawn up, there is an imminent threat on the top side that Last Hope could have just banked on. Right?
Yeah, and we saw that coming in from Series 1. If you can recall, past that series into the start of the day, we had that Regieleki coming up at 2 minutes and 30 seconds off the game, and then it was just held through by one of the contesters of the objective onto the takers of the objective at 1 HP, holding it up until the very last second.
And this was one of the successful pickoffs by Keikura. But the punishment is almost always there, right?
This was just the game changer.
Even Sway was there.
Oh, it was so good looking back at it. Because Kiawe and Venusaur was in the front lines. As expected, they are the tanks, but Keikura just swept into the back.
Team wipe into a team victory. What a flashy way to end things. And although there's a last-minute effort for Last Hope to try to steal away the victory, what's the most that you can get from that point on, from that goal? 100, right? Like that's the maximum. And we are aware that they are like down by 300 or 400. So unless they get a miraculous team fight in where they can pierce through the shields from the Ray, and then possibly just miraculously all
a lot of miracles there.
I know. All of a sudden, they get to slam all those points into the last goal.
Yeah.
Then maybe we could have seen Last Hope edging out Last and Fox in game number 1. But that did not happen. What happened was that Last and Fox was able to get 1-0 victory.
Yeah, it was a lot of miracles for them to be able to win. And I don't think, looking back at it, the miracles will happen quite frequently and quite common into those matchups, but definitely a Last and Fox showing perseverance in game number 1. The question is, can their opponents do the same thing? Can Last Hope rather, can they do the same thing coming into the next game to bring this to 3-game series?
First things first, all right? I really
Last
think
things last.
yeah. First things first, I really think that they will only be able to force a game number 3 if Glass and Fox will still elect for a hard to execute composition. Because I really think that, that composition
Was
by-
very hard. It was complex.
it was the difficulty. You know how we start a new game, right? Like you will be asked of a difficulty level.
Yeah.
They started that on the extreme
Extreme
level of
difficulty. Yeah.
right? Not even the intermediate one, right? It's the extreme level of difficulty because their composition really needs the opposing team to make the first move.
Yeah, it definitely is. I mean, we saw that into that final fight on the Rayquaza wherein it was the Venusaur, it was, I believe, the Trevenant who made the first step, it was them who made the first move, and Last Hope was trying to be very aggressive. They want to push them back, they want to get the Rayquaza, but Keikura found an option, found an opening wherein it was Delphox that was there, Eldegoss that was there, and pretty much one of their attackers as well that was there out in the open wherein we all know that attackers doesn't really have any defensive capability into those team fights, especially against the likes of a Zoroark.
Soon as Keikura was able to find himself on towards the backline carries of Last Hope, that's game over.
Yeah, it was, yeah.
Keikura was saying, it's over. He knew. He knew at that point that once his moves got sticked into the primary targets, it will be a 1-0 in their advantage. And so now we enter game number 2. Lass and Fox on the first pick this time.
Yeah, first pick into the purple side. Lass and Fox has that pick priority, but Last Hope knows to ban away the Leafeon, knows to ban away these top priority picks in the game right now. And Mew to be a considerable choice as well that Lass and Fox has removed.
Okay. So what will be the last ban here? Lots of options. Gyarados. Okay. Surely Gyarados is... How many times have we seen Gyarados? Just one, right?
For the whole day?
Yeah, just
I
one.
think so.
So out of the 10 matches that we have casted so far, 9 out of 10, he got banned away.
Yeah.
Within expectations, I tell you that.
And Umbreon would be the priority here by Lass and Fox. Now Last Hope can answer with a Trevenant of their own, as Trevenant has a really, really good sustain. But instead, opts to go for the Blissey and Delphox.
No wins. Delphox.
Oh, you're adding fuel to the fire. I was like trying to avoid that shot, trying to avoid that bullet.
Delphox, what type of Pokemon is it? Fire Pokemon, right?
Okay. I don't know where you're... Oh, I get it now. I was a little bit
You're lagging, bro.
a slow process there, but
Yeah.
I need to update my drivers.
You will to the fire Pokemon. Yes.
Yeah, for sure.
Yes, yes. Buzzwole. Oh, this could be very interesting. After all the adjustments.
Honestly, I love it.
On the Buzzwole, we have to remember that he. Nah,
Oh,
never mind.
it was a last hope for us to see a Buzzwole Ultra today, but you know what? Last hope is not giving to us.
Lass and Fox is now having, I would say, a steadier balance of drafting here because Lass and Fox already has the suppression needed.
Yeah.
They do have the Umbreon.
Wait.
Hoopa is almost always going to be very strong. So for the last 2 picks here, for sure they need an attacker of some sort. And the Blaziken plus a matchup?
Possibly be. I actually do like this better than going for like a double support that they were hovering around just a while back. But Last Hope is answering
Machamp.
with Mimikyu as well. Possible denial to the likes of Blaziken and Machamp later on, and even possible Sylveon. But at this point, I'm not even expecting for Mimikyu to go with a Unite move onto the likes of an attacker just because it's just too squishy. But instead, once again, giving us or putting our hopes up, but instead putting up a different Pokemon in the board.
Almost every single time, you know, a Blissey gets picked up, you need a Hyper Carry, right? And Scyther does fit the bill in a way because of how good the synergy is between a Blissey and a Scyther. But I'm really curious as to how this matchup will work for Lass and Fox. I believe that Lass and Fox is not about the meta, right? Like, they want to play what they're comfortable in playing.
I'm just looking at game 1, surely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They will be finding ways to win. And part of it is about confusing your opponents too.
They're playing the mind games again, the 5D chess that you talked about a while ago.
Yeah.
For sure. That was just insane, and we'll see how they can provide us once again a fantastic game on our hands. But Last and Fox, this will be another run it back into a difficulty of a game for them, just because they don't have that massive engager and they don't have that massive tool to jump into those team fights. I mean, they have the Umbreon for that mean look, they have the likes of Matchup and Blaziken that could go in, deal a couple of damage, and deal a short amount of suppression and hindrance, but not the big amounts in comparison to the likes of Trevenant once again.
Yeah. Trevenant will play a pivotal role once again, as he has been for the entirety of the day.
For all the teams that used it. Yep.
Yeah, it's also, I believe, one of the best Pokemon to play in ranked games. If, you know, you kind of want to grind all your way to Masters, Trevenant is very consistent.
Yeah, Blastoise could do a lot of work as well. I mean, we're not seeing Blastoise, but I just want to throw it out there.
Oh, okay. Early goal, first way. What is Keikura using, by the way? Because he's been the focal point or the main offense for Last and Fox. Is he using the Machamp?
Actually, a little bit of curiosity there as well from my end. But looking at this, probably Machamp.
Yeah.
Because they're in the central area, and once again, if we're looking back, it's Keikura who was on the central area just a while back.
Who's your champ? Machamp.
Ah.
Classic. Anyway,
Yes.
so Last and Fox, again, very quiet early game, no invades whatsoever. But with Hoopa in play for Kaide, things can get very interesting very quickly.
Yeah, level 5 as well for a matchup. They also have level 4 for the likes of Sylveon and even Hoopa. So if ever it boils down to an all-in on top path, definitely take a turn in their favor. A
Machamp!
KO streak of 2 for matchup, and this is what we're saying. That level 5 for matchup was really strong.
Yeah, I wonder what type of Machamp this is. I believe it will be the submission type. That's another KO! 3 in a row for the fighting Pokemon.
Yeah, time and time again, but Regen will be able to fight back and find a supporter of Last and Fox as Hoopa goes down.
Okay.
Quite quickly, sent back to base, but comes up immediately after.
And so now, 69 points for Last and Fox to 0 of Last Hope. This is what happens when you try to simplify things, right? Keikura.
Cider chasing Keikura. Still not
Okay.
evolved to matchup. So it will bite time. It will take time, rather, for them to be able to reach that point. But so far, Last and Fox getting that 69-point advantage against Last Hope.
Yeah, I really think it is going to be the submission, just to have that extra crowd control as well for Last and Fox to isolate and try to pin down the Scyther.
I mean, that's what we're finding, right? Because Last and Fox doesn't exactly have massive suppression and hindrances coming into their composition, so they need that extra suppression. They need all the suppression that they could get.
True. What they're lacking right now actually is, you know, some form of damage, but I believe that they can make.
Keikura jumps in. That was just instant from Last and Fox.
Yeah. Unsuspecting member, another squishy Pokemon. Getting squished, I guess, is the way to say it. Regieleki. It's a 1v1. This is the power of Blaziken, but there will be a Blissey that will try to steal this Regieleki. Eggs. Okay, no steal.
Blissey, not exactly the biggest damage dealer of all time, but
Hey, I've seen worse.
you've seen worse?
Yeah, I've seen it happen once before, right?
So let's see. Last and Fox, though, now going to have control over Registeel. I was thinking that Last Hope would have a better lead here on the Registeel, just considering how Blaziken was on top side just a while back.
Yeah.
Last Hope
Stolen!
steals it!
That's Kafka for you. And even gets a pull back. That's another set of play. Now here comes Scyther, Unleashed, Seku.
Oh, the prediction Horn Leech, though, was a little bit too close as Umbreon was able to retreat, but Last Hope.
Oh man.
Last Hope.
Trevenant. Okay, I see you. All right, that's a very good play. Now Zeku is actually feeling it right now. Oh, Sway versus Zeku.
Go for the Blaziken, but opts to back away, doesn't want to go for that fight.
Yeah. And you're seeing right now, you know, the Scyther, when unlocked, when feeling his potential, he's just
Yahweh, Kafka, fighting this in a 2v1. but a very sustaining Pokemon to say the least. So not exactly putting much risk there, being isolated against Lassen Fox.
Ramsey still going back to his default Venusaur. And you know, the in-your-face Venusaur, that was effective in game number 1. I really think that Last Hope's game plan in game 1 was very effective. It's just that Lassen Fox was still able to snag away the victory. Now though, it's the other way around. Lassen Fox dominating so far. They have their imprints on almost every single one of the objectives, aside from that perfect steal that Trevenant was able to do a couple seconds ago.
Zeku will be sought after just because the wild Pokemon has detected him. And that will give information to matchup to Keikura that there is just an opponent on the sidelines, and that will be Keikura. And also Sway starting up the Regieleki, but Last Hope comes here to contest as Venusaur is there going for the Unite, and that will be Venusaur who takes it.
Yeah, going on.
With the rings unbound, trying to give a little bit of extra support onto Lassen Fox, but with only 3 members alive, I don't think this will be enough for them to push back Last Hope. Now Reg and as well into the backside, going for the flank. Won't be able to push them back, but Keikura trying to hold on onto the goal zone, trying to hold on onto Regieleki. He did push them onto the goal zone, but Lassen Fox wins that team fight. We'll go into Phantom Forest just because Reg N wants to go for the top, but will still not be able to go in for the goal zone security.
Zeku!
And Last Hope will lose Zeku in the process, and now Trevin are trying to survive a sustaining Pokemon, but with 4 players, that will not be enough.
As a trade-off, Delphox was able to score some points. Here in the bottom lane, Yelia will finally go down. Did you see that encounter? The Regieleki was pushed onto the goal!
Yeah, I saw it.
Right. I think that was a bit of a miscalculation for Lassen Fox's side. Lucky for them, they're still in the lead. However, Last Hope was able to get another set of points on the top side.
Red Steel, the priority here by Lassen Fox. They want the objective. And now Kiawe just zoning away the Trevenant. Kafka knocked up. That will be Last Hope once again. Time and time, Kafka steals it.
That's 3 steals in a row for Last Hope. Kiawe by himself against 5 people.
Goes on defense by Lassen Fox. They want to hold through onto the Tier 1 goal zone that they have. And that will be Trevenant who falls down. A KO for the side of Lassen Fox. And Last Hope is forced to retreat.
The counter punches from Lassen Fox is not yet over. Lassen Fox, they don't know that they are in the lead, right? Like a 20 points difference. Too little to really be considered comfortable. On the top side, there will be a Regieleki spawning once again. Could be the 4th steal for Last Hope. That's 3 steals in a row.
At this point, I'm already expecting it. Trevenant was too good. They got the steal. Venusaur got the steal while going to a Regieleki that enabled Last Hope to get 2 goal zones, or well, rather 1 goal zone in their favor. So once again, this could happen.
Yeah. And so now Lassen Fox is respecting the idea that they can just get collapsed on. You see, how many steals will it take for them to get into your mind? I guess 3.
3 for sure. Like 2 Reggie into the bottom path and
1 Regieleki.
1 Regieleki on the top path.
The Regieleki that just got pushed into the zone, by the way. Was it? I believe that was the Blaziken that did push the...
I believe so.
Help.
It's either like Matramp or Blaziken that pushed it back. There's no other Pokemon that can do that.
Yeah. Okay. Rayquaza battle.
I don't think this is a good thing for Lassen Fox. But at this point, with only a 20-point disparity between these 2 teams,
they don't know. They don't have any information.
They do not have any info. They just know it's very close.
Surely. Kafka. Unites for everyone are available, so this could be an explosive team fight.
But look at Matchup. Sneaky! Keikura! Stop this! Not like this!
Goes for the flanking play possibly.
Okay, Kiawe down low already. Has to force out the Snarl to be able to keep themselves alive. But look at Matchup. Keikura! He's on a mission impossible right now. But could possibly go in for the goal zone instead. They want that They want that advantage.
Engage.
Now Phantom Forest goes up, and that will be KO who goes down. 1 KO already for Last Hope. It's a 4v5. Verdant Anchor comes through, and Blaziken goes down.
wait.
3 players remaining make it through, as that already is the KO streak coming in for Last Hope. With only Sylveon and match him down. It will be Last Hope who clings into their Last Hope.
Sylveon's still alive.
Can they make the steal though? Can Sylveon make it?
Hyper
Running
Voice,
through remaining
no.
Insider takes it down. Last Hope secures the objective with 30 seconds on the clock. They can definitely take down the bag and bring this to the distance.
Last Hope clutches it and gets the Rayquaza. This time, I wouldn't make a mistake, Infinity. We are going to Game 3.
What an absolute showing. The patience of Last Hope from the Rayquaza pit down to the last second, down to the last fight, and to the last engage. And Last Hope will succeed, bringing this to Game 3. What a game that we have on our hands.
First win for the Little Fox? Possibly.
Yeah?
But, you know, just to commend the entirety of that team fight, Last Hope started with, again, a Phantom Forest, followed up with the Verdant Anger and Fanciful Fireworks. It was damage everywhere. And all you have to do as a Scyther is to go and clean things up.
There was a big problem by Last Fox. Like we were talking about like how patient they are, they have the lead, they don't need to force out the Rayquaza, but they did force it. And where was Keikura? Keikura was on the top path. We're in. The engage was already happening. Last Hope was going all in already.
I was thinking what Keikura was thinking, right? Like Keikura might just be going for a flank play to try to go for the pincer. But Kiawe
Similar to like Game 1, right?
Yeah, like and also if given the opportunity to find an unsuspecting Pokemon, especially a very squishy Delphox, he can absolutely one combo a very squishy Pokemon in the end, right? Like Keikura is in a very good position, I think, to influence that team fight. The only thing that did happen though was that Kiawe overestimated his tankiness. Last Hope went for a full combo. Kiwi went down, Sway went down, and you know what Hoopa is good at? Reset. But if you are knocked down, can you even reset? I don't think so.
Yeah, and the thing is, Umbreon also has Snarl. Yes, that can be like hindrance, immunity, and whatever, but it's not a wish wherein he can just sustain himself coming down into those fights, going in and out. So it's just too like an overestimation, as you have mentioned.
Yeah, it's the amount of burst, right? Like one way to counter a hyperspace hole is to go for a massive burst of damage, right? There's going to be absolutely no chance to reset if you are knocked out.
Yeah, for sure. Befitting of the final series that we have on our hands. Befitting of the final series of the day. Here for day 1 of the Philippines World Championship Series qualifiers.
Last Hope.
Definitely a last hope here for both these teams, as we are only 1 win away for any of these teams to reach to the next stage.
Let's look at the steals, right? Steals galore.
That was crazy. That was impressive to watch. It's a masterclass of steals,
Stealing
of objectives.
yeah. The thieves in the night. They were, yeah. Last Fox was 98 points ahead of their opposition. Then again, the steals happened. This is one of them. Venusaur using the Verdant Anger. The Verdant Anger is something that you still need to respect. This was the pushback. Regilla was it Sway's? It was Sway. Sure.
Yeah, it was Sway's. It was Sway's.
And then Sway allowed for the Scyther to slam those 40 points in.
Yeah. And then Kafa used up the Phantom Forest to just buy time for Scyther to dunk through and getting those points. Just a lot of favorability. It was unexpected, very unorthodox, and very uncharacteristic that it can happen just like that. But if there's anything that could do it, it's Last Hope. Because they're clinging to their last hope.
It's in their name.
It's in their name.
Yeah. And this was the overestimation of the tankiness, right? Like, Verdant Anger to follow through what big area.
Like, you look at Keikura. Keikura's nowhere to be found.
Right, Keikura was late to the party for sure because Kiawe went down in the blink of an instant. And I thought for a second that, you know, the massive play, biggest asterisk moment there was the knock-up coming in from the Rayquaza. The Rayquaza did knock up 3 people. So I thought for a second, oh, okay, so if Rayquaza was able to knock 3 priority targets,
It was over.
yeah, Lassen Fox might just be able to win the game.
Yeah.
Apparently it wasn't enough, but man, oh man, Rayquaza really did try to help Lassen Fox secure that game too.
Yeah, and I think the story could have changed. The script could definitely have changed on the conclusion of that game if they did not go aggressive onto the Rayquaza, because they were touching Rayquaza like time and time again. They were trying to bring down the HP bar into a little bit lower for them, maybe for their opponents, maybe for them, who knows. But at that point, Keikura was sneaking on his way onto the top. He was very near onto the second goal zone as well, wherein he could have gained that extra 100 points. And after that, even if he died, it doesn't matter. They already had that lead, so they need not to force down the Rayquaza objective and just push their opponents back.
Yeah, the shot calling for sure will be revisited by Lassen Fox. Them trying to maneuver in and out of the Rayquaza is mainly because no one knows who's in the lead, right? Like at the 3-minute mark, there will be a final notification that will be given. The close is still, the game is still very close, right? Like I think the difference at the 3-minute mark was 20 points or 30 points.
It stayed for so long up until the very last minute.
Exactly. So that just means that no one really knows who was in the lead, and there is no way for them to go defensive. I agree with you though, right? With the right amount of patience, they could have pulled off a very sneaky 41-pointer on the top side.
Yeah, because, I mean, regardless, if they know that they are on a lead or not, like, there was no opening for them, for Keikura to go in for that 100 points. They should have just stayed a bit more patient. Maybe Kiawe, that was a good thing, you know, put a bit of pressure, maybe go in and out, but not overextend into a situation wherein you're going to put a lot of risk into a situation, or, well, a lot of risk into your team, wherein Keikura wanted to go for the dunk. Keikura wanted to go in for that extra 100 points because they had that 50, or well, rather 40 points times 2. They had that 80 points in the bag if they're able to dunk, and surely they're going to have that advantage already.
Yeah, go inside a very dangerous place, I guess, is what happened to Kiawe. For the idea of having Hoopa to back you up is only as good as your health bars, right? Like if you're not tanky enough to survive the all-ends, Hoopa is not going to be able to help you, right? At the end of the day. Anyway, we are going to enter the last game of the day.
The final one.
The final one between Lassen Fox and Last Hope. Lassen Fox will get their hands on the last pick this time. So for Last Hope, trying to pin down or remove all those suppressions. Slow Beam, not going to see the light of day.
Yeah, Slowbro is gone. Gyarados is also removed by Lassen Fox. A very good option to start off with, and Mew is also removed from the table. So expectedly, Lassen Fox is also going to ban away the Leafeon.
Yeah. Or maybe.
Yeah, there's no maybes. There's no maybes because Last Hope already removed Mew. If they don't ban away Leafeon, it's going to be locked in if they do not have anything in trade.
So let me guess. Last Hope will go for the Trevenant? No, rather will go for the Blissey.
Yeah, it's really interesting
very
because they had huge success on their Trevenant before. So, what are you thinking about Last Hope?
Yeah, and so now Trevenant will be left open for Lassen Fox to take. And in game number 1, they were lacking in the CC department. So now Lassen Fox will be taking not just a Trevenant, but also the Delphox.
Hey, not like this, Last Hope. Don't do a double support this time. Don't experiment coming into the final game. It's your last chance to be able to go through into day 2 for the grand finals. There we go. There we go. I don't want to see that double supporter ever again. But coming down to it, kidding aside, we're locking onto Umbreon, we're locking onto Blastoise, and these are huge game changers coming into the composition of Last Hope.
Yeah. Double frontliner set up for Lassen Fox and Last Hope. At least there's a team fight potential of the Phantom Forest getting answered by the Hydro Typhoon. Eldegoss most likely is going to get picked. Lassen Fox is trying to snag away a lot of Pokemon from Last Hope's arsenal, because even the Venusaur is going to be snagged away here by Lassen Fox.
They need damage. Last Hope needs damage. They're lacking in it. In every category, in every perspective that I can look at, they need damage here. Umbreon and Blastoise will not fit in, and Zoroark can do so, but I don't think they have to go in for Comfey because they already have Blissey, and double support is not really an option for them. So Chandelier instead, a clever move.
Poltergeist. If he ever goes for the Poltergeist, well, let's see what Last Fox will go for. Mimikyu does make a lot of sense, actually. If you kind of want to lock down the Zoroark, but no, they find to fight fire with fire, and we'll go back to Sway's Blaziken.
Yeah, I'm just imagining like 2 fires, then you have a tree and a plant. Ooh.
Yeah.
And a cotton as well.
Yeah, 2 grass. 2 grass.
I'm kidding, of course,
3
guys.
grass Pokemon with 2 fire. Sounds like a disaster to me, but yeah, sure.
But you know what? Opposites attract.
Yeah. They
But
say
why
that.
don't you sound confident enough? Maybe Last Fox is confident enough to be able to execute this.
And Pokemon, you know, yeah, you attract the win by how envisioning that you were doing.
Let's move on. Coming into the draft right now. Last hope. Last hope. Let's talk about this. Zoroark. The only support that he's able to get is from Blissey.
Blissey, yeah.
And that Bliss assistance
be
is
enough.
going to be important. There's no Comfey that could ride him every single minute, every single second. So it will be very important when it comes to positioning here, going for Last Hope.
Yeah. And I think the only positive that you can think of, if you know, by running the Blissey instead of going for the Comfeys, is that the Blissey can actually be an annoying way to invade the central area of the opposing side. We've seen invading Blissey's before, right?
Oh, yeah.
So there's, you know, there's just a potential for them to do so, allowing for more experience to get soaked by their primary Pokemon.
Yeah, and I want to add to that as well, because we have to consider, right? Game number 1, Last Fox did a Zoroark with no Comfey, but very hard, a very difficult composition because they did not have any suppression and hindrance. Compared to now for Last Hope, they have Blastoise. They also have Umbreon for that mean look. So it could definitely work out for Last Hope, but as we have mentioned in the past, positioning is very important, and how they stack up into those team fights and how they do it step by step will be relevant into them winning this game 3.
Sway, can he find the, you know, the game of his life? Both these gentlemen fighting for their tournament life. If they ever end up losing this, their next opportunity will come into the form of LCQ, which will happen next week, by the way. So if you are part of the teams that did not reach day 2, register in the LCQ.
Yes, indeed. The register. There's still a last chance for the teams that will not be able to make it here into the Philippines Qualifier to go into the LCQ for APAC East. So a chance for possibly another PH team to secure a slot, but definitely a lot of contenders down to the last wire for LCQ. But jumping back into the game, 1 minute has already been passed, and Zoroark already reached level 5, so that will start to ramp up.
Okay, 2v2 here in the bottom area. Looks like
there we go.
Got easily dominated by the Trevenant, but on the top side, Last Hope got the victory.
Last Hope got the victory, they got the KO. Zoroark was able to faint down the Torchic. And Kikura trying to hold on, trying to survive. 1 HP remaining, but there's just too much damage coming in from the opposition from Zoroark. And their goal zone is down to half HP.
The Giga Drain coming in clutch. Okay.
Not like this! Zoroark overstepped their boundaries and Last Fox answered.
Zeku, 0 HP. Immediately, and now to follow through is Kiwi on that Delphox. Delphox always very consistent in terms of damage and also crowd control if he ever goes for the fire spin. Kiawe, this is going to be the 1v1 of tanks that really excites no one.
Maybe the steal is a while ago. I think Last Hope can contest it on argument because they got 2 steals.
Oh man, yeah.
But for sure.
Still, let's see. On the top side though, oh, that's an 8-pointer by the way by Ramsey and Zeku.
Ooh, wow.
Yeah.
Optimized.
Min-max.
Yeah, optimized going in for those XPs.
Pro player
and leveling
things.
For sure. Right now, 20 seconds on the clock before the objectives comes up. And that will be the Reggie Lecky and also the Reggie down bot.
Okay.
Now Sway
Levels up.
Goes in for the level up. Already evolved to Blaziken this time around with a 4-man rotation for Lass and Fox. It's definitely be a steamroll that they're hoping for. As Kura into the front lines as well. Spin Toys with the hindrance immunity and hindrance resistance just because of the rapid spin will be able to retreat.
The trade-off will be a push by Last Hope here in the bottom area. They'll also be getting the Regibuffer themselves. Meanwhile, Lass and Fox, okay, no steals this time. They will be securing the Regieleki. A 1-for-1, or a handshake as we call it.
And Regen will get Regirock into the bottom pat, and both of these teams have already secured one each of their goal zones.
Yeah, very exciting, very exciting. This is a very tightly contested battle. 121 to 100, and now Last Hope.
Lass and Fox hopes to get the tier 1 goal zone into the bottom path. They want to get that pressure in. Umbreon down low already. And a fire spin, just give that extra damage, but that sustain coming through. Chandelier already picked up. Eldegoss secures it. And Lass and Fox will be able to come through and get their second goal zone of the game.
Again, the value of Regieleki, maximizing and preventing the Blastoise to even join the fight, really made it sure that Lass and Fox will have the numbers advantage in that initial or in that encounter. But still, Blastoise was able to make positive of whatever grim situation it was. It was able to get some points in.
Got a couple of points. 153 now, and now Regen comes through. Sway's in danger, but still a very capable Pokemon, nevertheless, to sustain a bit of damage coming from Zoroark.
Tankier than expected, I guess. I did not expect him to be that tanky. Then I guess. Then again, it's still an all-rounder we're talking about, right? Like all those boosters and fighters should still have a good amount of defenses, but the Zoro, he's spotted. He's
going in. Delphox, but denies it out from Regen and has to go back and retreat as Kiwi is holding the fort, is holding her goal zones. 15 seconds. The Regieleki comes back once again on top side, and Last Hope wants it as they're positioning themselves already onto the top path with 3 people already rotating towards that objective.
Some pokes here and there. Last Hope was able to steal a lot of the objectives just from a while back. Okay. Too close for comfort. Both teams feeling the tension right now.
Oh, it's an all-in. It's a 4-1 split for both sides here. Umbreon and Trevenant down low. And Last on Fox and Last Hope for the 4 remaining members for each of this team is down onto Regieleki. Last and Fox secures Regieleki and will secure the objective. Hydro Typhoon will not be enough to deny it out from Last and Fox.
A little bit too late. Not
Venusaur stuck, pinned down, and that will be Regen who secures the KO.
And so now Zeku is still not over.
Goes for the chase. Eldegoss is in danger. But Zoroark is punished, and Lass and Fox secures the KO. And now they can answer back. They can go in for the counter engage. They can ask her the Regieleki down to the tier 2 goal zone. But Kafka wants to punish.
Fireworks!
And Fireworks is just perfect and impressive. 4 KOs down the drain for Lass and Fox.
The Delphox unite! So massive, so good! And Lass and Fox will be getting the Regirock.
And now Lass and Fox wants to prioritize another objectives for themselves. Regirock will be the target here. You have Kiwi, you have Kura having eyes on the prize, and that will be it. 2 out of 2 objectives here in the 3-minute 30-second mark.
Last Hope trying to push on the top side this time. Will there be backup in time? Against 4 people, the Trevenant.
The drain, and that will be it. As Last Hope secures a second goal zone. Very equal when it comes to the goal zone secured, but nevertheless, it's still Lass and Fox who has the 16-17 point advantage in this game.
Do they know?
They don't.
Question. All right. Especially at the 3-minute mark, our notification will pop up, and it should say it's a very close battle. What game number 3 here in Infinity?
Very close.
It's a close battle!
And it definitely is close here, Pokemon Unite. 24 seconds down the clock for the Regieleki. That will give an extra pressure before the Rayquaza fight occurs.
I just want to commend this Eldegoss speak up for Kaide, right? Like, he's been doing a lot of work for his squad. Even was able to last hit 2 members of Last Hope from earlier. But Lass and Fox rushing on towards the top side.
Wants to go for the face checks. We'll get information that Ramsey's just there.
The Zoroark trying to sneak, but the Delphox is so ready.
Delphox comes in.
Blocked.
That's really good. That's a block coming in for the goal zone. And that will be Lass and Fox who gets so much value out from that.
Macro, man. What a play by Lass and Fox. They were able to read what is in the minds of Last Hope, and so now they will be getting the advantage of the Regieleki marching down the top lane.
9 seconds on the clock before the Rayquaza comes up. Regieleki will be deleted quite swiftly here with Chandelier, and also Blastoise defending the gold zone. But with Rayquaza here, Lass and Fox could force it.
Kiawe can just stand his ground. Unite's available. Phantom Force. We all know how tanky a Trevenant is when casting.
They're waiting on the sidelines, just having a view
I
of
was
their own.
scared for a second. I thought for a minute. Oh, he
Blaziken goes in. Ramsey's there as well. So 1v1, making it 2v1
Okay,
as Regin
eject.
comes through. But eject button right out of the gate. They do not want that risk coming in. Keikura with a pedal dance and a Giga Drain. A lot of sustain there.
Kiawe is still very
In danger.
squishy.
Goes in with a spin toys, with a rapid spin and the water spout. Ramsey is in danger with a fire spin as well. A lot of damage occurrence for their
Okay.
opponents. Trevenant into the front lines. Phantom Force already used up, and that will be Keikura who wants to go for that extra support.
The Zoroark is here.
Zoroark is
Backing.
here into the backside.
Bang!
Oh, knocks up onto each and every single one, and Sway is in danger. Sway is gone. Knocked out. Tree already down for Lass and Fox. Lass
so
up with a
close.
5v1. Ellie got the only one
This
to
is
win.
so close.
And that will be a full wipe out. Rayquaza will be the target here. 50 seconds down the clock. Lass and
Oh
Hope
my God.
only is in a 17-point deficit and could definitely win it all.
Last Hope, when they needed it most, Zoroark was able to get Lass and Fox. Last Hope will be advancing onto the final goal and will enter the top 8.
It's over. Lass and Fox will be shut down. Last Hope clung to their last hope and will be able to win the series from down under with a reverse sweep. Unexpected from this team.
What was that? Zaku region, or however you want to call it, man. Like, was able to find the proper opening on towards the carries of Lass and Fox. And we all know how easy it is to really get the Delphox. Delphox does not have the best mobility in the game. Also very squishy. And once we saw
wow.
the Zoroark get into the back line, it was game over.
If you can't win against them, join them. And that is exactly what Reg N did. Game 1, they lost it just because of Keikura with a Zoroark. And they took notes. They took notes and did it here in Game 3.
Zaku, Regen, however you want to call this guy, he's deservingly so the MVP. Last Hope was able to find the distraction needed against Lass and Fox. Lass and Fox was feeling it, right? Like, they were advancing. They did not know that there was an ambush coming in from the Zoroark at the perfect place and opportunity.
They were on a roll, but they got rolled. That was an absolute fest to
That
watch.
was good. That was good.
It was
I have to
amazing.
give it to Last Hope. They are so entertaining. Hope to see them.
Yeah.
Yeah, hope to see them advance deeper into the playoffs, which will happen tomorrow.
Yeah, a lot of big teams as well, a lot of Titans. Talon, Elevate is there. You have Last Hope now jumping into fray, jumping into the list. So a lot of expectations on the line for this team as well to outperform the teams that they are going to fight up against, but will be a difficult time. But they're used to being difficult. They picked up a very difficult composition and made it happen.
Yeah, I wasn't even sure if there was a Bliss assistance on the Zoroark in that final, because I thought that it wasn't even needed, right? Like, just
Yeah.
the fact he ignored the clash, right? He went straight on towards the back line. It was a thing of a beauty. It was a masterpiece. I love Zoroarks, man. There's something about Zoroark when in competitive puts a very exciting environment for everyone to enjoy.
Yeah, it's so intense just because with the blink of an eye, like, something can be gone. And at this point, the Lass and Fox's HP bar was gone just because of the plays of Zoroark. It was impressive once again to watch, and I am loving it. And I don't know what to expect tomorrow.
Super good, super good, super good. And that should be the conclusion of day number 1. Tomorrow we will have
Another day.
set of games. But the good part about tomorrow is that it will no longer be a single elimination format. It will be a double elimination format in where it will be a bit forgiving. Still, you know, we have the Titans, the regionals.
Yeah.
But, you know, things like this can happen.
Yeah, and aside from that, one of the exciting perspectives as well for tomorrow is that we are now going to determine who will come forth into Hawaii and secure the slots in the World Championship Series. That's really exciting. But before we jump through into a lot of excitement for tomorrow as a teaser, we're going to go back into the highlights of that impeccable game from Last Hope.
39 for 61. That was the beginning and where we are
So good.
seeing Lass and Fox really putting in a good show. There was no steal whatsoever in this game number 3. And yeah, it was Lass and Fox all the way up until the last fight. This was the picture perfect fanciful fireworks, right? Like beauty, nowhere to escape, and then they followed it up by getting the buff. But this was the highlight of the day.
Whew, that was so good, and look at
Seku.
Brandon. Kiao was gone in a second. Every single bit, those 3 players that was knocked out in this very second was knocked out by Regent himself, and that just got them the Rayquaza. It was insane.
The Blastoise was there to provide the Hydro Typhoon opening, really. And although the Hydro Typhoon did not reach the Delphox, it wasn't needed.
Doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. But the beautiful play to end it all was quite fitting for the namesake Last Hope, because in their last moment, they were still able to turn things around.
They were able to bank on to their Last Hope and take the win to go in for tomorrow. What an amazing storyline. I mean, every single bit. Like, we were casting a couple of games now, a couple of series. How many? What, 5 series for the day? And we've seen so much differences into each and every single competition. But what is similar amongst them is that these teams are hyper competitive. These teams want the win.
We are going to witness more teams tomorrow that will flash their own set of brilliance, Infinity. And what a warm up for tomorrow.
Oh, that's
what
a warm-up?
primer. This is a warm up.
This is just a warm up.
Right? Because tomorrow, Titans will clash against each other. Legends will be formed in a double elimination format. Of course, concluded with a grand finale. We all have our expectations. We all have our predictions, right? Like, even the community knows who are the strongest. But similar to the last time that we casted Pokemon Unite, anything can happen.
Yeah, anything could definitely happen. One tide could change, one Rayquaza fight, one clash, one flank could change it all.
Zoroark, man. I'm loving this current trend of having, you know, different set of strategies that you can put into play, right? Like you have the double speedster composition, you have the Gyarados poke composition, right? Gyarados has been banned 10 out of 11 times.
Yeah, a lot
today.
of bans.
Outside of the the non-stream games, Gyarados was really respected by a whole lot by our Filipino teams, and for good reason, right? Like,
Yeah, it's
so hard to control.
It's one of those Pokemon that is able to deal range damage as an all-rounder. And that is something with a lot of suppression and hindrances as well. But you know what? There's no hindrances into coming back into a chance for the slot into the World Championship Series, as we have LCQ, a last chance qualifier for the Asia Pacific East, wherein Philippine teams can join. It's up until May 16 for the registration for the LCQ, and the event will happen next week, Saturday and Sunday on 18th and 19th of May.
Yeah, for all the teams that was not able to successfully secure a top 8 slot, or even
More slots to go.
Yeah.
More slots to go for the LCQ.
Or even up until tomorrow, right? Like, we will only be advancing 2 teams to the grand stage in Honolulu, Hawaii. So for all the teams out there that still wants to go for another opportunity, there is what we call the last chance qualifier for everyone. Although it's going to be a very, stiffer competition for sure, right?
For sure. I mean, we've seen the likes of Talon, we've seen the likes of elevate the competition. We've seen the last hope, like all of a sudden changing how the game was played into that very last second of that match.
Yeah.
So definitely, the competition is going to be high, the pressure is going to be high, and it will be an extremely difficult fight to go through into the grand finals.
And we are going to show everyone the bracket for tomorrow. This will be day number 2. Of course, it will be the double elimination format. Okay, first half will be Ice and Vitzerer going against Code Unknown Binary. We were not able to see Code Unknown Binary. Secret Rare, I wonder if it's Pearl or Diamond, or maybe it's
just
the
merge.
combined, right?
Yeah.
Eon Momento will be facing against them. You have Elevate Unite fight. What?
Oh, Elevate
versus
Talon.
Talon PH.
Ooh,
And then you have
wow.
Last Hope versus Ice and Exosia. A crazy day to be a fan of Pokemon Unite.
There's 3 teams of Ison.
Hmm?
3 teams of Ison. Vincier,
It
Exosia,
happens, right? It
and
happens.
Omento.
The PNKs, though, they're not here. Secret Rare, I believe the last time that we casted together, there were 2 Secret Rare.
If we're talking about stats, that's 3 out of 8
I know.
possibilities of winning. I mean, there's a lot of brackets that they have to go through. They have
Okay,
to go through
okay.
a lot of matches, but
Yeah.
if we're specifically stating that top 8,
Right?
3 out of 8.
3 out of 8.
Not a bad odd.
Sure. So you do have, how many percent chance is it? 25,
I
37?
don't want to calculate.
It's 37.5% chance of, advancing as the champion. 37.5% chance of winning top 1. And then there's still, another math involved in securing
Well,
the number 2.
You're the analyst. I'm the play-by-play. You tell me.
No, you're the numbers guy, though. You have a lot of
am I?
numbers with you. Yeah. But again, for Ison, it still is going to be a tall demand.
It definitely
it's
is.
not going to be an easy road, not just for them, but for every single team out there. Talon PH versus Elevate to set the tempo for everyone for one of the first series that we will have tomorrow. So fireworks in full display, even without a Delphox.
Oh, I was going to say like a Delphox analogy, but you know what? You already stated it. But surely, right? Going into the top 8, yes, that's a feat. You definitely are one of the strongest teams coming into the Philippine region, but this top 8 is the best of best among the rest.
Surely, right? And although there is a second opportunity for you, since it's a double elimination, there still is a positive merit in reaching the grand finals through the upper bracket, because you will have the advantage against the lower bracket team.
Yeah.
A reset is needed. But yeah, Infinity, what a day!
What an absolute day. It has been 5 series all throughout day number 1 and more to go. Tomorrow we have seen greatness in the making, and tomorrow we will witness more. And legends have been written down into the storyline of these teams and will continue to go through tomorrow for the grand finals. Once again, only 2 slots can make it into the World Championship Series. This is the Philippines Regional Qualifiers Day 1. I'm Infinity and this is Oculus with me. Tomorrow, we will witness some more amazing action here in Pokemon Unite. See you guys there.